Hello, everyone. Welcome to what I believe will be the last Fog of War Challenge puzzle collection. So we have two we have two remaining Fog of War puzzles. And for those of you who are used to me doing puzzles from the bucket, so aka those of you who have been around the stream for about 15 years since we last did puzzles from the bucket, we will get back to that. So people who support at the windmill level or above get to vote on what puzzles I do next, and those souls, to whom I am very grateful, have not gotten to have their votes be heard for a bit. So, following finishing the Fog of War puzzles, for the next at least 2, probably 3 streams, I'm just going to do the most voted on puzzles from the bucket, which I believe means that I'm going to do about 5 Navario puzzles. So look forward to that. It should be a good time. Oh, what did I just drop on the floor? I don't know. If the world broke, let me know, but I don't think whatever I dropped on the floor was important. Hopefully not. So we've got all of that. I also am going to try something a little different today at the end of stream. So at the end of stream today, I am going to watch Rangsk's solve of Renban V-ban, which is my second most recent puzzle. This reminds me I need to actually submit my most recent puzzle to Rangsk, which is the... if you did not see, I posted a weird Philomeno Sudoku sort of variant that's not really a Sudoku, but kind of is, over on LMD called Round and Round. This is a while back. But anyway, Rangsk did solve Renban V-ban yesterday on his stream, and I didn't get to watch it because I happened to be inadvertently counter-streaming him. Sorry, Rangsk. Because I was playing Taiji yesterday. So if you're interested in seeing Place Through of Taiji, we are, I think, 2 puzzles away from having completed in witness language all the lasers. Or in the official language of Taiji, all the fire pit thingies. We have discovered a secret area with lots of bonus puzzles that we have not really touched. And I think there's going to be some sort of final boss area or whatever where we're going to have to complete a bunch of stuff, which I haven't done that yet either. So the goal today is to get through the fog, and watch Rangsk solve of Renban V-ban. My next puzzle will be out very soon. It is called 3 of Diamonds, named also for Taiji. So if you have watched much Taiji, you have seen the great mystery of the 3 of Diamonds, which I will not spoil, but there is a great mystery of the 3 of Diamonds. And it is completely bonkers. I think it will be easily the most bonkers puzzle that I have ever published. The reason it's not published yet is I wanted to make extra sure that everything in it was correct, so I had Tristan test solve it, but Tristan made it about 90 minutes into the test solve before being like, I need to sleep before I can finish this. So I think Tristan's about halfway through. So after Tristan test solves it, later today, I then intend to send it to a couple other test solvers, and then I can publish it. So if you have longed for the days of marathon 5-star zetamath puzzles, I think you are going to love this one. If you have longed for the days of more things like swirl, this will not be for you. I don't think Simon is going to do this one because the rule set is so long. But Simon does occasionally do puzzles with fiddly rule sets. I think if Simon does do it, I think it's most likely going to be for the Patreon, because I think the rule set is bonkers. But we'll see. I also said there was no chance that Simon would do swirl because it was too easy, and then Simon did swirl, and it was a great video. So who knows? But if I were to compare it to most of the things that they do on the channel, I don't think it is. I don't think it's quite in that ballpark. The unmemorable. I mean the unrememberable rule moment was just. I mean, I say the moment like it didn't happen 20 times in the video. It was just. It was such a charming and fun video seeing Simon do swirl. But yeah, absolutely, Kathy. I very much agree. That is also one of my favorites. All right. So, and then funnily enough, the exact break-in from Swirl showed up a couple days later in a Nihilian puzzle. I mean, not that there's anything super original about drawing a German Whisper in that pattern. Like, I'm pretty sure before I used it, I had seen... I mean, I'd even used it in one of my other puzzles before I used it in Swirl, so... but I think even before I used it in Swirl, I think I'd probably seen it... Or sorry, even before I used it in Kodama, which is the previous puzzle, I'd probably seen it somewhere else. But it was funny that it showed up and Simon actually commented, hey, this is that thing from that zetamath puzzle. All right, so let us dive into the penultimate... Fog of War challenge puzzle. So we have 2 Fog of War puzzles left. One by the Cogito, who I saw in chat. Hello, the Cogito. And one by JayForty, who I have often seen in chat and who's definitely helped us yesterday with Taiji. So let's read the rules. So we have a Latin square. We have to place the digits 1 through 9 exactly once in every row column. There's JayForty is also in chat. Excellent. So what makes it a Latin square instead of a Sudoku is there's no regions, but it's exactly the normal Sudoku rules except there are no regions. And then we have to also build your own killer vaults. I particularly enjoyed how many people yesterday were simultaneously watching Rangsk solve my puzzle while also watching my Taiji stream and telling me how Rangsk was doing, and presumably telling Rangsk how I was doing at Taiji. That was very cute. I enjoy the Sudoku community and all of this stuff so much. It is very cool to me. All right, so we have build your own killer vaults. Numbers in the corners of cells give the sum of digits in some cage of orthogonally connected cells to be determined by the solver. Every such cage must include the clued cell. I like to imagine that Henry Pye James complained that rule was not stated, and then it got added. May not contain repeated digits, and may not share a border with any digits it contains. So the standard the standard thing. And cages may not overlap. Okay, so this is the vault cage rule. If you've not seen this before, is that it's a killer cage that works exactly like a regular killer cage, except it additionally says that on the border, all around the border, orthogonally, you can't repeat digits, and it's only orthogonally, not diagonally, I believe. Let me double check. Yes. Okay. So, let's see. So, should we throw down a bet tree somewhere? Does the Cogito have a suggested bet tree, or is there a bet tree secretly baked into the grid, or should I have Tristan randomly generate row 1, column 4? Row 8, column 8 should be good. Okay, good. All right, so let's start by noting that I've got all of these cages, and these cages are all different. So all of these things are going to start here. And not every digit in the grid has to be in a cage or anything silly like that. So this 41 and 39 is very interesting. So the 41 cage is only allowed to border digits that don't appear in it. And so what digits don't appear in a 41 cage? And so there's 2 options. It's either 4 doesn't appear in the 41 cage, or 1 and 3 don't appear in the 41 cage. Now, I contend it's just impossible that 4 is the only digit that doesn't appear in the 41 cage. Because if 4 is the only digit that doesn't appear in the 41 cage, then there's got to be 2 4s in row 1. Because there's going to be a leftmost and a rightmost purple cell in row 1, and they would both have to be 4 to the left and to the right of them. So that means that the 41 cage is missing a 1 and a 3, I believe. I'm just double checking to make sure that I don't think it could do something. Yeah, even if it did something like this, it's still bordering 2 cells in the row. So I was worried about, like, what if it actually doesn't do that? But yeah, it's still going to be bordering 2 cells no matter what. Whether this cell's purple or not, we need those 2 things being 4. So the things this 41 cages are missing are 1 and 3. So in particular, we can border this 41 on that side, and say the 41 definitely does not take that. Now, the 41 needs another cell. In fact, actually, we just said that this digit's a 3. So let's go ahead and fill in the 3. I dramatically press my keypad. By the way, I'm curious, for those of you who do lots of Sudoku, how many of you have bought some keypad like this or something to do it? I find it super nice, but I'm curious if many of you have done the same. We can bring out Zach for the Magic 3 dance. Woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop, ba-woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop, ba-woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop, ba-woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop, ba-woo! Ba-doop, 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 ba-woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop, ba-doop. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. That was surprisingly humanable for a first step in a Cogito puzzle. My keyboard also has a number pad, but the number pad on the keyboard doesn't go where I want it to be. So Garion points out I could do exactly the same math on the 39 cage now, because the 39 cage now can't be missing 1, 2, 3, which would have been the thing to think that it was missing, but it has a 3 in it now, so it's not missing 1, 2, 3. So it's missing either 1 digit or 2 digits that sum to 6. But if it was missing 2 digits, if it was missing 1 digit that summed to 6, then there would be 2 6s again in row 1, no matter what. And therefore, this is missing 2 digits that sum to 6. And so it's either missing 2 and 4, or it is missing 1 and 5. But I actually know it can't be missing 1 and 5, because then I would need the 1 and 5 to be next to yellow in this row, and that 1 is never going next to yellow. So it is in fact missing 2 and 4, and therefore this cell is not yellow. This cell is yellow. We can draw this little thing over down here, and this digit is a 4. It was a very cool break-in, Cogito. When I saw the grid, I was thinking, oh, this is going to be one of those puzzles where I'm going to have to say a lot of words before I enter a digit. But then it was very nice. Okay. It was very cool logically, but also nice as in, kind. So these digits are big. So now the question is, this digit either is purple or is bordering a purple. This digit is purple or is bordering a purple, but I don't think I know which, necessarily. Right. This cell, though, is definitely bordering yellow. And so this cell is bordering yellow, and so by virtue of bordering yellow, it's either a 2 or a 4, and it's not a 4, so it's a 2. And this cell is bordering purple, so I know it's a 1 or a 3, and it's a 1. Hey, Michael. I hope you're doing well. So we've got all of that going on. So this digit in this 10 cage is pretty interesting. The 10 cage could even come over there or something, I think. Actually, could the 10 cage take this cell? I think I can prove that it can't if I think about it really hard, but it might break my brain. No. Sorry, I don't think so. So purple again is missing 1 and 3. Yellow is missing yellow is missing 2 and 4. Oh, Jay Dyer has a good point that I like, which is that the 10 cage can certainly never take this cell because the sum of those two cells would be too large. So there's a 3 on this side of the grid unless purple runs all the way over, which, but purple can't run all the way over because purple can never take this cell. So this is interesting. So I know purple can't take this cell because this is not a 1 or a 3. Okay, so so purple's going to have a very specific shape to figure this out. I think we're going to have to do... This is going to be like that 4 snakes puzzle that the Kajito made, where you had to, like, draw this, like, figure out the exact geometry that worked for this thing. Yes, steps is my conjecture, too, is that it's going to look something like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, it's not going to look like that, because that's 9 cells, and it's only supposed to be 7, but something along those lines. Okay, so here's the thing. If purple takes this cell, then what's happening to this cell? And I think the answer is it's a problem. Because if purple takes this cell is either purple or it's a 1 or a 3. Well, so I'm hypothecating here the world where purple takes this cell that I'm going to make purple. If purple takes this cell either needs to be itself purple or 1 or 3. Well, it's definitely not 1 or 3, so it would have to itself be purple. But now the question is, what's the lowest purple cell in this column? And the answer is, because the 1 and 3 are up here, purple would have to take every cell in this column, and now purple has way too many digits. So all of this is by way of saying this cell is not purple. And therefore, this cell is purple. Now we know purple doesn't have a 1, so that cell's not purple. And I bet we could do exactly the same thing for yellow. I bet there was a more elegant way to say that combination of words that I said, but I think it'll do. So I think we can reverse it the other way. So if this cell is yellow, now we ask what happens to this cell. And it's either yellow... or it's a 2 or a 4, but it's not a 2 or a 4, so it itself is yellow. But now yellow is forced to take this entire column, and that's too many yellows. So this cell also not yellow. And so, therefore, that is yellow. Yellow does not contain a 2. So we get that. And now this cell can't be yellow, because if this cell was yellow, it would border this cell, which would need to be a 2 or a 4. And spoiler, this cell's not a 2 or a 4. So in fact, I think contrary to microstudy, or maybe microstudy is thinking about this differently, but I think yellow does have to go down because of that. Similarly, purple can't take this cell, because that cell's not a 1 or a 3, and those are the only things that purple is allowed to play with. So, therefore, this is purple. This is a wonderful idea for a puzzle, by the way. So, I know that border and that border. And so I know that this digit is a 3. I know this digit is a 1 or a 3. I know this digit's a 2 or a 4, and I know this digit is exactly a 4. Okay. Now, so this is either going to take that cell or that cell. I don't think I'm prepared to make any bold statements yet about which thing is happening. Let's see, if purple took this cell, that would also be a 1 or a 3, but that seems okay. If purple took this cell, this would be a 1, but that also seems okay. I might actually have to think about my new cages, and what they imply about the nature of reality. I don't think clues are given to be in the top left, but maybe that rule snuck in here. I don't know why. My brain reads over that rule every time it shows up. Like, my brain just does not process that as being a rule. I think probably because this whole idea of topmost, leftmost is so complicated to wrap your brain around that I just, like, don't. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, like that. Okay, so Jay Dyer says if purple doesn't take row 3, column 3, then it's going to break for the same reason as before. So let's try and purple would have to go to the bottom of column 3. There's still a 1 left in this column, though, isn't there? I don't think I see it. Let's see. Maybe somehow for my brain it will work better if I think about it this side. And think about what happens if this isn't yellow. So if this isn't yellow, it's a 2. Oh, I'm thinking about what happens if this is. Sorry, I'm thinking about is, not isn't, is the problem I had with parsing Jay Dyer's point. If this isn't purple, then it's a 1, and now this is purple. Okay, yeah, so, sorry, I thought I kept track of the number of knots, but I miscounted the number of knots. So Jay Dyer's point is if this isn't purple, it's a 1, and now purple comes here, and now purple's not allowed to come here at all. This is the other 1, 3, and so purple has come here, and now this cell's just broken, because now this cell has to be that. Yeah, okay, yeah, so this is the same argument, but let me spell it out, because I had trouble seeing it. So if this cell is not purple, then this cell is definitely purple. This cell, though, is a 1 in this universe. And so now when I look at this cell, wait, why does this cell have to be purple? Sorry, now I'm confusing myself again thinking about this. Sorry, I still don't see it. I thought I had it. Oh, right, because it's not a 1 or a 3. Right. Okay, yeah, sorry. Brain. Yeah, so the point is now, this thing borders purple, or is purple, and if it only borders purple, it would have to be a 1 or a 3, but it's not. So it doesn't work. So it's the same it is the same argument as before, that this has to be purple. Although for whatever reason in my brain it's more complicated. Not for any good reason, I suspect. Okay. Probably the same thing happens over here. Let's see if we can do it. If this isn't yellow, it's a 2. So then this is yellow. So now this digit's not a 2 or a 4, so it's yellow, but now the entire rest of the column is yellow. That works. So now this is yellow as well. So this 13 cage now has a 13 in it because of the purple in the row. Yellow can't take this cell because this cell's not a 2 or a 4. Yellow can't take the 4 because yellow just doesn't have a 4. And so therefore this digit is the other 2, 4. I don't think this digit can be a 4. I think if this digit is a 4, I think it breaks the 12 cage. Because if this... No, it doesn't necessarily. This could be 4, 8. 4, 8 would be okay. It would need to be a 2-cell 12 cage. And this would have to be 2, 8, but that all seems okay. So, of course, we now have our remaining digits that aren't these things. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And so we have 3 of our 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9s here. Let's see. I know yellow can never take this cell. I know yellow has to take one of these. Oh, right. Okay, yeah, sorry. Martin is right. The thing I was doing, if I looked ahead one more step, doesn't work. Because... So my claim is, if this digit's a 4, and this is probably not at all what I'm supposed to look at, but I saw it. If this digit's a 4, it pins in red, because red can't take both 4s. Oh, maybe red could escape down. Maybe red could go down like this. Maybe that would be acceptable. Sorry, I don't think my point before was right. Because I think red could still take all those cells. I think that would be okay. Let's see. No, because then red would touch a 4. Right. Okay, sorry. Vaulting is what breaks. So Kathy is the one I first saw see this. If this is a 4, red can take neither 4, because if red takes either one, then it touches the other. So yes. So red cannot pop. So the only question is then, can this be a 5, 7 cage like this, with this being a 4 and a 4? So this would need to be a 5, 7 cage exactly. But now I don't see a problem with that, other than this. I mean, this couldn't be a 5 or a 7, but wouldn't want to be a 5 or a 7 anyway. Yes. So yeah, I don't quite see what is going on with this. Note this 12 cage, if it wants to pick up 2 digits, the only 2 digits it can pick up, if it's not picking up this 1 or this 3, the only digits it can pick up are high. I think it could pick up the 1 and the 3. I think that would be okay. Jonathan points out this digit is actually very restricted because this can only either take the 2 or the 4. And it can't even take both the 2 and the 4, because then this would need to be a 4. So this is only 6 or 8. That is a good point. Based on whether it takes the 4 like that or the 2 like that. Let's see now. I mean, the natural geometric question would be, can yellow take this cell? But I don't see why yellow taking this cell is a bad thing yet. Like, even yellow taking both of these seems plausible to me. Yellow coming over here seems plausible to me. So the question is, do I have room to only put 2 4s over here? So is there a reason I need a 2 or a 4 over in these cells? Because if I need a 2 or a 4 over in these cells for some reason, then I know that yellow has to do exactly that. And because purple already has its 2 4, so that's not going to be a problem. I don't think the 13 needs a 2 or a 4 from down there. So I don't quite yet understand exactly how this is going to work. But I mean, it would make a lot of sense for purple to end, or sorry, for yellow to look like this. So Carl pointing out, by our logic before, this digit can never be an 8, I think. Wait, is that true? This was an 8, this would need to be the 4, and that would be a 2. Maybe that's actually okay. So being pointed out, I can't place the 2 yellows vertically here. That's definitely true. Because if I place the 2 yellows vertically here, I would need 2 4s there. If I place the 2 yellows vertically here, I would need 2 2 4s here. So the 2 yellows are, in fact, both in this row, which means this cell is always yellow. And I bet exactly the same thing happens over here. This, by the way, this was Danielle's point. Welcome, Danielle, by the way. So if purple takes 2 cells vertically this way, it would need 2 1 3s here, and it can't have them. If it took 2 cells vertically here, it would need 2 1 3s here, and it can't have them. So it needs to take all of its remaining cells in this row, and it can't take it. It can't take these 2, is the point, because these 2 would require a 1 3 there, and it can't have it. So therefore, always, no matter what, this cell is purple. Oh, it's an interaction between the 12 cage and the 10 cage. So if this is an 8, it needs to take that 4, because if this is an 8 and it takes that 4, it breaks the volt. So this would be 8 4. And then the point is, this being 8 4 now forces this 10 cage to be 6 2, and 6 and 2 don't add to 10. So this is never an 8. That's pretty painful. Let's see. I mean, I don't know if it's at all the intended thing, but I agree with it. Yeah, we know yellow doesn't... So we know yellow doesn't go down here, and we know purple doesn't go down here. I did say that, but I didn't mark it, as Josh points out. And so therefore I know what this digit is the point, right? Because we said purple can't go down, so therefore this digit is a 1, and this digit is a 2. Okay, good. And so therefore this cell is not purple. It can be another orange cage, and this digit is not yellow. It can be that, and so therefore this digit is purple, and this digit is yellow. And now we get these things. Okay, and so now we know this digit is a 3. We know this digit is a 4. We know this digit is a 1, right? I'm double checking that I believe that. Yes, this is a 1. This is a 3. That's a 1. So that's a 3, and that is... Oh, I don't know about that one yet. Oh, no, I do know. This is a 4, and that's a 2, and that's a 4. Okay. So everything I thought about this being a 2 and a 4 was completely unnecessary. So ultimately, the point is everything, all the bifurcating we were doing up here, which 100%, I confess, I started it. But all the bifurcating we were doing up here was unnecessary. Because it was not at all a factor in getting all of the rest of this. And now that all of the rest of this is filled in, now we can actually just do this and say, okay, what cell or cells is this going to take? And so, for example, this can't take a 9 because there's no way it could ever finish. This can't take a 7 because there's no way it could ever finish. And this can't take a 5 because there's no way it could ever finish. Because, again, it can only see evens and digits that are 2. Actually, maybe it could take a 5. Sorry, 5 is possible because this could be a 7. Yeah, 5, 7 is fine still. 5, 7 should work, and 6, 4, 2 works. Yeah, so 5, 7, and 6, 4, 2 are both plausible. Oh, I have to bring back the 7 as well. Sorry, yeah, 7, 5, and 5, 7 are both possible. Okay, and that doesn't give me any restriction on this cell. This is a new cage. It can be green. No, 2, 4, 6 works with the 10 cage. 2, 4, 6 does not break the 10 cage, sadly. I keep thinking it does, because I keep thinking, oh, there's a 6 next to, but it's fine. But the 2 doesn't touch the cage, is the problem. I have done, so the only reason I immediately responded to this, Riz, is because I have been thinking that chain of thoughts over and over and over again in my head. Okay, so Jay Dyer has a good point, which is that the 3 cage can't go right because it would touch a 3, so it has to go down. Likewise, the 4 cage can't go left because it would touch a 4, so it has to go down. Now, likewise, the red cage can't take this 2 because it would then touch a 4, and this orange cage can't take this 1 because it would touch a 3. So we've got all of that. This has been a very, very charming puzzle so far. One would expect no less from the Cogito. So yeah, it's being suggested I fill in the rest of the digits in this row. And note that this is a 10 cage, so this can't be a 9 or an 8 automatically. So this can only be a 5, 6, or 7. And now, if this is in fact a 6, that means this cage needs to finish with a 1, but there's no place it can actually get a 1. So this can only be a 5 or a 7, because that 1 pinches all of those. 3 and 5 would require a 2. Which I don't immediately see a problem with. Oh, where's the 2 in this row? The 2 in this row is here. We could just place the 2 in this row. That's an easy get. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Did placing that 2 help me with any of this sort of math? So I know this isn't a 9 or an 8 for similar reasons. If this was a 5, I'd be looking for a 2, and I could not get a 2 anywhere close to anywhere. So this is either 4, 6, and a 1 exactly there, or 4, 7, and then it's done. Okay. So we've got good things happening, I think. Trying to decide if I know anything about this stuff up here. So if orange is 3, 5, it needs a 2. So Ratfinks is pointing out this cell is never orange. And likewise, if this is 4, 6, it needs a 1, which that cell never is, so that doesn't do that. And Chad is pointing out these can't both be the digit 7, so one of these two cells is in fact orange or red, or they're both orange and red. And so there are two universes to contemplate. One is the universe where this is a 2, and one is the universe where this is a 1. I don't quite know what to say about yet. Just going to mark that in while I can. Let's see. So 1 down here somewhere. Let's see, how many 1s do I have? I've got a bunch of 1s. But it's a Latin square, so in a Sudoku puzzle, having 5 1s would be helpful, but in a Latin square, having 5 1s is not really that useful, because there's still 24 possible ways to distribute the remaining 1s. Why can't it go in either of these two places? So, sorry, I'm asking, DWeb is saying, yeah, this 6, 7 needs to go in one of those two spots. But we don't know which one, I don't think. Though that does feel like a profitable thing to investigate, but I don't know yet. Yeah, I could have brought out the X's and circles if I had been so lucky. Yeah, likewise. Yeah, I don't think 3s, 2s, and 4s are all that different. We've got a bunch of them, but not in any way that I think is very useful right out of the box. So probably one of these cages is actually useful. Like maybe this 13 cage with a 1. Right, okay. So Garion points out this blue cage can't ever take that cell, because if it took that cell, it would definitely border a 1. So we can draw a border there and push the blue up. Now, if it comes over here, these two become a 5, 6 pair, and... Oh, that's not quite broken! Dagnammit! So... I was thinking if these two become a 5, 6 pair, then that can't be a 5, 6, that can't be a 5, 6, and that can't be a 5, 6 by vaulting. But that just leaves 2 of these, which is fine. Oh, it's a 5, 7 pair. Is it being a 5, 7 pair more interesting? So if it's a 5, 7 pair, we can't put 5, 7 there, there, or there, and these two cells would be a 5, 7 pair, and that doesn't work. Bravo. Bravo. Good thing I had chat to tell me that 5 plus 6 plus 1 isn't 13. So that's broken because of this cage. So let me just go over this again. I assume this is the intended deduction because this is entirely built towards this. If blue took this, these would need to be 5 and 7. And so then the question is, where do 5 and 7 go in this vault? And they can't go there because of Sudoku. They can't go there or there because of vault. And so they go there and there as the only two places. But now I have a 5, 7 pair ruling 5 and 7 both out of this cell, which would break. So blue does not take that cell. Does it work vertically? If this were 5, 7, then no, I don't think it does. Then this can't be 5, 7, and that can't be 5, 7, but we've got lots of other stuff that can be 5, 7. No. It still works, it's just more complicated. If these are a 5, 7 pair, neither of these are 5, 7, but all three of these cells see that 5, 7. So it's a more complicated version of the same problem. So this is not blue either. And so therefore, Row 4, column 1 can't be part of the blue region because the blue region already has a 1, de Gustav. And digits can't repeat. So that's blue. Da-dee-dee-da-dee-da. That was very cool. Okay, that was sweet. And so therefore, this is an 8. Oh, it's not an 8? I can't freaking add. It's a 9. I don't know why in my brain 12 and 13 are the same number today. So it was approximately 8. I do think that was pretty well telegraphed, actually. For how complicated and weird of a deduction that was, it was pretty well telegraphed. And was a very cool, it was well worth it, even if it was complicated. And yes, and now we get a new cage. So that can be a yellow cage as well. And so this green cage now always needs to take this cell, because otherwise I can't get to 12. So the yellow cage always needs to take that cell. So we can do some bordering around there like that. Oh, we can remove 9 from that cell by multitudinal stuff. And now I know that I have a Jovi wing on 9s. This is probably not at all useful, but I have a Jovi wing on 9s because the 9s in both vaults are in these places. So that cell and that cell both can't be 9. This cell also just can't be yellow, because if this cell was yellow, the minimum sum would be 5, 6, 7, which is too many. So we've got this. This is my yellow cage. It's probably not 7, 7. This can't be 5 because that can't be 9. And so it's either 6, 8 or 9, 5. So I probably have to try and think about this. Okay, so the minimum sum of these two cells is 11. And so, by looking at this, I can't possibly have a 9 in either of these, right? Because the minimum digit of either of these is a 5. And so the maximum the other digit can be is a 7. So there's no 8 or 9 in either of these. These are each from 5, 6, 7. Right. By sort of backwards vaulting, this can't be a 9. Because if this was a 9, it would... I looked at 9, so what I kept doing is saying, oh, this being a 9 doesn't mean that's not a 9, because that doesn't actually border this cage. But it is still a problem, because if this is a 9, that 9 borders this cage. So that's not a 9, and that's not a 5. So this is 6, 8. So therefore, there's no 6 here. So therefore, this is a 2-cell cage. There's no 6 there, because there's a 6, 8 pair. And so therefore, that's a 9. So we can go ahead and finish this like that. That is not a 9. These aren't 6 or 8. So now this red cage does the more interesting thing. Because before this could be 5, 7, and it can't anymore. So now it has to be 6, 4, 2. So I'm glad that worked out that way. So now this now must come over here and must be 8 and 2. So this is orange. So this digit is not 6 or 8 because it touches an 8. This isn't 6 or 8 because it touches this. This isn't 6. It could still be 8, presumably. Let's nab that border on the side before Ambrose gets upset. No 8 there. Let's see. And this is resolved now. There's an 8 and a 6. So no 6 or 8 there. Those are a 5, 7 pair. Actually, that's a 5, 7 pair in the column, so that's not 5 or 7. Let's see. There's probably lots of interesting Sudokuing happening now. So one of these two is a 6. Okay, so that's the point. One of these two is a 6, because I need a 6 in here, and both of them see this cell, which makes that cell a 7, which is unfortunately boring, because I was more interested in what happened if this had to go down than if it didn't. So that's a 5, that's a 7, that's a 5. So now this has to go down. So that's a 2. Like that. This digit has become a 9 by magic. These digits have become not lots of things. Oops. Why did Mark do that? Oh, it's because these cells are already pencil marked. I thought Mark was going to just remove these for me, but Mark did not default to that. Okay. Oh, these aren't 7 because I put a 7 in this vault. These aren't 5 because I put a 5 in this vault. This isn't 7 because it touches this hoojiggy. Let's see. Do we have another thing touching another hoojiggy? Maybe. Let's see. This isn't 5 because of touching that. So we did have another one. That's not a 5. So now where is 5 in this row? 5 in this row is now placed here. So that's a 7 and a 5. That's not a 5 anymore. Let's see. This puzzle very much plays to my things I like in Sudoku puzzles, where there's lots of like interesting ooples and virtual pairs and all sorts of other nonsense floating around, which is always like the thing I find most viscerally satisfying. And so far I haven't had to count at all, which I appreciate. Right. Okay. So 57 Thorns points out there's a Jovi wing on 6s. That knocks 6 out of this cell, but now that's a 7-8 pair in the rows. That knocks 8 out of that cell. Now one of these two is an 8, so that knocks 8 out of that cell. Now that's a 6-9 pair, which makes that a 7, which makes that an 8, which makes that a 7, which makes that a 5. So these are just a lonely 6-9 pair. Let's see. They so badly want to heart, but they can't have one. Let's see. Got that. Chat is saying things that suggest that maybe I did not do this in the straightforward way that was available to me, which sounds like me if I'm being honest. Okay, let's fill in these cells because they seem pencil markable. So this can't be a 5. No, sorry. Can't be a 5. Thank you. This cell can't be... oh, it already can't be any of those things. Well, that's disappointing. Let's see. Oh, these are all pencil markable for sure. So... I don't think this cell can be a 3. Because if this cell is a 3, the problem is these cells already don't add to 17. So the 9 needs to take one of these two cells, and if they're both 3s, then the 17 cage just can't finish because it's going to break the vault thingy. So nothing there. I will say this is definitely the best vault puzzle I've ever done. Danzor, I can't repeat digits in cages. The break-in of this, if I could repeat digits in cages, would have been much different. So now green can't take this cell, because if green takes this cell, it's going to be next to a 1 no matter what. Oh, no, that's not true. It could take this and not take either one. Would be fine. Never mind. Maybe I should think about math. 9 and 3 is 12, so I need 5 more. Okay, so if I think more about it, I can say that 9 can't... I think I can say the 17 cage can't take this. Because if the 17 cage takes this cell, what's my current sum? My current sum is 12. I need 5 more. Both of these ones are poison, because either one I take breaks the other one. So I need to take a digit that's 5 or less. The only digit I could take is a 4, but the problem is a 4 now means I need a 1, but see above, I can't take a 1. So the 9 just can't take this cell. And therefore the 9 must take this cell, because again, if the 9 went straight up, it's still not enough. So this cell's definitely green. So we've got that. Now, if this is 9 and 7, those sum to 16, and that... Oh no, they could... It's not now touching 2 1s. So it's okay. Purple doesn't have a 1. Let's see, Garion thinks if this is 4, we've got a problem. So if this is 4, we're at 13. Yes, that is a huge problem. So so Garion has the easy to see thing, I think, which is that that if this is a 4, I mean, I don't think it's easy to spot, but once it's claimed to you, it's easy to check. If this is a 4, the sum here is 13, and I need 4 more, it can't be 1, 3, because I touch a 3, and it can't be 4, because I just put a 4 here, so this is always a 7. That's gorgeous. Very well spotted to Garion there as well. So now my total here is 16. And so I need 1 more, and the only place I can get a 1 is there. So we get that as a cage. This cage has grown in. This cage, I believe, can also be red. The 7 cage does not have an 8 in it, I can confirm. 7 and 7. That deduction's a little mathy for me, but I got it. Let's see. So Jay Dyer pointing out this, the 7 cage, Garion also pointing out the 7 cage doesn't actually connect to a 1 anywhere, so it can't have a 6. So it's only a 2 or a 4. Let's see, a 4 would want to have 3 more, so it would have to be 4, 2, 1. Or 4, 3. 4, 3 seems possible, annoyingly. As best I can tell, at least. It can't be 2, 5 is very interesting. Because none of these cells can be 5 for assorted reasons. I mean, I guess it's the same reason in all cases. So it's because there's a 5 here, here, and here. So this can't be 2, 5. So the question is, can it be 2, 1, 4? and I don't know. Oh, it can't be 214 because the furthest it can get over is to column 4, and there's ones in all of these. So yeah, so no matter how far it goes, it's never reaching a 1. So it's always 4, 3. Okay. That felt like a lot of work for that, but I'll take it. So it's 4, 3. And the only place I can get a 3 seems to be here. So that's the 3, and now that's the 4, and that's the 2, by volt. So that's the 2. And now we've got a new cage. I mean, Fog of War is a heaven sent for if you want to telegraph something weird, for sure. Oh yeah, column 3, where does the 2 go? Only there. So now this is another cage. This can be blue, da-dee-dee-da-dee-da. I really need to put that on my soundboard. The da-dee-dee-da-dee-da from that song. Okay, so we've got that. 6, 8, 9 triple in column 4. Indeed, so that's a 4. So that's not a 4 because it touches a vault with a 4. So let's see. Oh, you think a like 2-second sting would get copyright claimed? It's possible. I don't actually know what the how that works. This is the 4 in column 3. I don't know if it does anything. I would definitely believe that there are puzzles which are harder if you defog them. I would also believe a lot of them would be less fun if you defogged them for that reason. There are 8 4s in the grid. If there are 8 4s, I should be able to find the last one. Unfortunately, I think there are 9 4s in the grid, which is very disappointing. Got my hopes up and then dashed them expertly, sir. Okay, we've got 4 2s we've got 9 2s as well. We still got a lot of 1s and a lot of 3s, but not all of them. But so do I need to like ask myself like what this 4 is gonna take? Let's see. Okay, so JayForty's question is, can this yellow really take this 2? Because if this yellow takes this 2, it then can't come here. It can't come here. Can't come there. Yes, so if this yellow takes this 2, it just literally can't go anywhere, so that's probably not happening. So, I mean, the yellow almost certainly has to take exactly this collection of cells. So, I guess the yellow has to take this cell, because if the yellow doesn't take this cell, there's no way I can get to 23 down here. So, this cell's always yellow. If the yellow takes this cell, it breaks for a hilarious reason, which is that if the yellow takes this cell, it now is forced to be a 6, 8, 9 triple, but it breaks this cell. So yellow can't take this cell. So therefore yellow takes this cell and is indeed a 6, 8, 9 triple. Oh, the Kachito says that's wrong. Oh, no. Okay, sorry, that doesn't work. Sorry, my belief was, okay, so 6, 7, 8, the point is 6, 7, 8 is 21. So if I took 6, 7, 9, and 1, it would work. And the point is, actually, I know that happens because the column needs a 7, and the only place in the column for a 7 is there. And so now, if I take this, now I'm dead in the water, because remember, I can't take either of these 2s. If I take either of these 2s, I break the other 2. So, in fact, we actually come down here, and we're going to end up making that yellow. This can't be a 3-cell sum because it has a 7 in it, so that's going to be yellow. But now the minimum these sum to is already 21, and so I can't take more than one more cell, and so this comes over here like that. This is therefore definitely the 1. On the bright side, that one I would have caught quickly. So this is 6, 7, and 9 is the answer. So that's the 8. That is not an 8. This 6, 7, 9 sees this, so making that an 8 and a 6. These aren't 1 by Sudoku. No 8 there, no 6, no 1 there. This is not a 6 or a 9 by this vault, so that's a 5. No 5 there, no 5 there, no 5 there. I'm glad I have chat to tell me every time there's a vault thing. Let's see. So my 15 now, is this becoming interesting? This isn't 6, 7, or 9, Carl tells me. That's good. So that's 5 or 8. Sure is. I think this blue, I think, always has to take this 5. But maybe not. Let's see. If it comes up here, can it finish? Yeah, it could be 4. No, it can't be 4, 2, 9. Okay. So this blue, what cells can it take? If it doesn't take the 5, it has to take that cell. It can't take this cell because of the vault condition, so it would therefore take this cell, but now its sum is too big. So the blue always takes this cell just by very rote look ahead. Blue can't take this cell. To be clear, by very rote, I meant that it's like totally fair, because it's just look one step and go, oh, that doesn't work, rather than look ahead that requires like a dynamic memory or something. Blue can't take this cell because it would need to be a 6, and there's a 6 here. Oh, no, that cell doesn't touch this vault. Never mind. No. Oh, no, it's fine. It could be a 6 if it put a 6 exactly there. Never mind, it's fine. Yeah, because I think that cell is going to end up being the 6, but actually, do I know that this cage is always going to take a 6? So this cage needs to take 6 more, and it can't take a 1, and it can't take a 4. So in fact, this cage has to take a 6, no matter what. I don't know where, but blue has to take a 6, and so therefore this is the 6 for yellow, because it can't do that. So that's a 9 and a 7. That's cool. So that's not a 9, that's not a 7, that's not a 7. And in fact, that's a 9 and that's a 6, and that's a 9 and that's a 6, and that's an 8. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. 6, 8, 9. So yeah, one of these two. So these two cells are definitely a 6, 9 pair, because one of these two cells needs to be a 6, but the other can't be a 6 because the other sees the vault. So these two are a 6, 9 pair, and so therefore this cell's neither 6 nor 9. Which I hope does something because it's cool, and I think it does absolutely nothing. Let's see. Right. The point is one of these two, so 57 Thorn points out, also, one of these two is blue, so therefore this cell isn't a 5, it's a 7. Okay, so I think it did do something if I thought about it holistically. I think all of that actually got me this digit as a 7. Let's see. let's mark the remaining cells. See if anything interesting emerges. I have 8 7s. That sounds good. So I need a 7 in this last column, and it goes there. In a 10 cage. In a 10 cage, indeed. So we can make this cage purple. So one of these two is a 3. Let's see. MicroStudy is saying if row 6, column 8 was blue. What? Oh, I think MicroStudy means row 8, column 6. I was like, wait, what? Okay, if row 8, column 6 was blue, look, I'm not the one to throw stones here. Yes, Zizix, this is the betting tree. So let's read the point now. If this is blue, it's a 6, and it vaults row 9, column 6 into an 8, and then that breaks that cell. Yep. Okay. This is so we had a Christmas tree before. This is now a trans rights tree. Okay, so the point is this can't be a 6, because that would be an 8. Nothing more. There is a whole, incident, we'll say, in the CTC Discord, that seems to have blown over quickly, and in a peaceful and pleasant way, but I thought it was important to include in the channel, because I wanted people to feel safe here. 8, 6, 9, 1. 5 there, 9. No 1 there, no 1 there, no 9 there, no 9 there, no 5 there. Okay, so now we might actually have to think again. So unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to fill in this cell. So this is a 1 or a 3. So therefore, this is a 6 because of the 1-3 pair. Oh, maybe I filled that in for nothing, and I'm just... Oh, this is the worst, because now I know what the bet tree is, and I think I have to use it. Yeah, the tree can't be a 3, because this 10 cage needs to finish with a 3, because it can't finish with a 1-2, and so one of these is a 3, so this is not a 3. So congratulations to all the 1-betters out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true, because that lets us finish this cage. And therefore we can border this in for Ambrose. And therefore we get a 3 and a 1. And now this can't be a 3 by vault, so that's a 5 and an 8 and a 3 and an 8 and a 5 and a 3. Very nicely done. That was a very cool puzzle. Did Cracking the Cryptic do this one? Because this is very good. This is very good. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. Although this is one where I could very easily see them breaking it, but very cool puzzle. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, so I'm going to be right back, but then I'll be back with more puzzles, so I will see you shortly. But excellent work there, Kajito. That was very nice all the way through, and I loved this step up here with noticing that in a few different dimensions, if this was 1, 5, 7, it was going to break this cage. That was through this vault. That was just, that was super sweet. All right, I will be right back. welcome back. I hope everyone is doing well. Let's have a look at this last Fog of War puzzle. This puzzle is by JayForty, who is a regular, who we've done a few puzzles from, which have all been excellent. One thing that I think will stand out about Jay is that Jay is an extremely good solver, and people who are extremely good solvers tend to have a very sort of precise setting style, which I have seen in Jay's puzzles in the past. Reminds me of others, like Playmaker also falls in this category, I would say. So this ought to be something really special. Let's give it a go. So we have normal Sudoku rules. We have a single snake moving orthogonally through the grid without branching or entering the same cell twice. It's marked with a green line, and adjacent digits along the line have a difference of 5 or more. An inequality sign between two cells points to the digit that's lower. The alligator wants to eat the bigger number, is how I always learned it. Cells separated by a black dot contain digits in a ratio of 1 to 2. And then by placing digits, we get to do these things. Okay, so let us try to wrap our brains around this. So the first thing I notice is that 4 and 6, at least, are a little restricted in this box, and that none of these can be 4 or 6. That's true. Jay Dyer has a very smart point, which is that because it moves orthogonally, I didn't even really appreciate the word orthogonally in the rules as being so important, but because it moves orthogonally, we actually know that these cells are all the same high-lowity. And the reason for that is because every time you move one step orthogonally, you alternate sort of where you are in the white-black cells on a checkerboard. A checkerboard, if you want, is a bipartite graph, and so these things work like this. So no, this would not work if that word orthogonally was not there, because if the line was able to do this deduction would not work. But because it is, we in fact get to do that. Sorry, I'm not going to put blues there. I'm going to put purples. And so we in fact have all the yellows here. And so one of these yellows must be the 4-6, because these yellows are these yellows can't be 4-6 for the reason that a 4 on a whisper line only goes next to a 9, so I can't make both of those 9, and a 6 only goes next to a 1, so I can't make both of those 1s. So one of these is the 4 or the 6, and therefore this is always a 1 or a 9. Now, I'll note, because all the yellows are in this box, if yellow was in fact high, this inequality would be impossible. Because if yellow was high, this would be 6, 7, 8, 9. And once it was 6, 7, 8, 9, this digit would have to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and this would be impossible. So in fact, yellow is low, as many in chat have alluded to, and purple is high. And therefore, and therefore this digit is a 9. And we get that. So we get to have our digit dance for our 9. Ba-boop-ba-doo! Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo! Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. Okay, yes, that was a very cool break-in. I liked that a lot. So now, keep in mind these can't be 6s. And now this can't be a 4, because if this were a 4, it would put a 9 on a black dot. So in fact, that's the 4, which unfortunately doesn't tell us anything about this. I can perpetuate my checkerboarding, though. Coming over here and here. Oh, yeah, and bedding tree is a good question. If there's not a bedding tree hidden in the fog, row 2, column 8 for the bedding tree. There we go. Alrighty. So this is a high on a Kropke dot, and so by virtue of being a high on a Kropke dot, it can only be 6 or 8. So therefore, this can only be 3 or 4. Except, spoiler, it's not a 4 by Sven. So that's a 3 and that's a 6. 6 only goes next to 1, so both of those are 1s, and we get to do a little bit more checkerboarding. I know that this is orange, even though it's behind the fog. So these are a 2-3 pair. And therefore, this digit has to be an 8, which unfortunately does not help us at all. But it does have to be an 8 because it's a digit that's next to both 2 and 3, which only 8 other than 9 is. So it does help. No, it doesn't help because that's a 2 or a 3. But that doesn't help because I don't know that these aren't both 2. Okay, it was a bold effort. To the Luke Skywalker, the way it works is we're told in the rules explicitly this is one orthogonal German Whispers line. And so because it's one orthogonal German Whispers line, actually all the oranges lay on the same sort of checkerboard color and all the blues lay on the other checkerboard color. So if, for example, this cell in the fog, no matter how this snake moves, this cell in the fog, it's always, if it's on the snake, it's always going to be blue because I can count down to the fact that that's blue. Now that's true. This cell I also know is orange, and so these are in fact a 7-9 pair. That's true. Okay, believe that. Let's see. So there's a 2 or 3 up there. I know this is a 7, 8, or a 9, and this is a 7, 8, or a 9. I'm just going to fill that in for now. This isn't between a 2 and a 3 on a whisper line, though. Because these could be the same digit. This is orange, so this is 7, 8, or 9. Row 6, column 4, not 7. Even though emotionally 7 and 3 feel 5 apart, they are not in fact 5 apart, as is often the case in these puzzles. I know one of these two is a 6. Maybe that's worth filling in. One of these is a 6. So I think Josh is claiming the snake absolutely has to do this, because the snake, remember, this is one end of the snake, and this is the other end of the snake. And so if this... Aren't I, like, excluding the possibility of something... No. Okay, so... Right. So this needs to get to one of the ends of the snake, is the point. That's how to think about this. This needs to get to an end of the snake. And those are the two ends of the snake. So what end of the snake is it getting to? Well, the only way it's getting anywhere is by coming out through here, because it can't go back through here. And so then just by sort of coincidence, we happen to get to this part of the snake. So we actually know that. That is very cool. So these are blue. This is orange. This is a 2, we actually know, because this digit can't be a... No, sorry, this is a 2 or a 4. So, no, sorry, this is a 2, because that can't be a 4. Oh, right. We don't actually know, sorry, we don't know what happens here. But we do know this much. Right. I'm not going to checkerboard because the checkerboard doesn't apply to cells that aren't on snake, and my brain is never going to see an orange cell in a Sudoku grid and think it could be a 2. I wholly acknowledge that you could just draw the checkerboard, but it would confuse the bejesus out of me. This cell can't be a 9, so this cell can't be a 4, so therefore it's a 2. So this is 7 or 8 only. This is 1 or 3 only. Right. Okay, so Jay Dyer has a smart point, which is... unfortunately, I'm not sure if it's going to be useful immediately, but Jay Dyer can prove the snake doesn't do this little kink, and the reason is because the only orange in this row that's left is a 6, but I can't possibly put an orange in the middle of a kink in the box like that. So Jay Dyer has what is a very nice proof that I'm not sure is going to get us anything. But don't let that take away from the niceness of the proof. This cell is blue. Oh, it was very cool. This cell is blue and it's a 4, as pointed out by Tom Hartley. So therefore that's a 9 and that's a 9. We get some extra orange going on. So that's orange. That's orange. These are blue and blue and blue. That's orange. That's blue. That's orange. I need to make sure I'm actually coloring the next digit into the fog when I know that it actually continues. Because that's a 7 and that's a 9. It's not a 9. That 7 tells me that this here is in fact the 2 and that's the 3. Let's see. This can only be a 1 or a 2. This can be a 1, 2, or a 3. This can be a 1, 2, or a 3. This can only be a 7 or an 8. Let's see. This is a 7-8 pair, so this can't be a 3 anymore, so it's a 1. It's a 1. Let's see. Yes. Row 6 is almost done. So it's missing a 5. Seems very helpful. We can go with our tradition of refogging the 5s when they appear. So we don't have to look at them too much. This is blue now. So this can't be a 6. So this is a 7 or an 8. Which means this isn't a 3. Because again, it borders a 7-8 pair. This is also not a 4, so this is a 1, 2, or a 3. And this is the remaining orange cell, which is in fact a 6. So let's see. So that's orange and that's orange. This can only be a 6 or an 8. I don't think I know whether it's a 6 or an 8 yet. This is blue. Both of these are blue. Like that. Okay, so this digit can only be a 2 or a 3. Let's see. My 5 down here is... well, it's not there. Why have I not colored this cell blue? Let me randomly color it orange. Or, sorry, yellow. Okay, this cell, I do not know why I have not colored it blue. But it does mean, for example, that this cell is orange. Because in the row, I have all my blues. And this cell can't be 5. In fact, this cell, I know what it is, because it's a 2 or a 3, but it's next to a 7, so it's only a 2, which makes that a 3, which makes that an 8, and that a 7, and that a 7 as well, and that an 8 and a 3, and that somehow a 7. It is a mystery to all of us. That's the 3 in the box, because that can't be a 3 because it's next to a 7. I've been watching too much of Barb playing Zelda lately. This digit can't be orange anymore, but I don't think that's useful. These digits are 6, 7, 9. This one is only a 9. So that's a 6. 6 only goes next to a 1. Let's see, that's a 6 as well. This is a 7 or an 8. This is a 7 or an 8, but it's not a 7 because it's next to a 3. So this is, in fact, an 8. So this we get to orangify. This is an 8 or a 9. I'm going to fill in just for posterity. This is a 1 or a 1, so I'm going to go ahead and fill in that it's a 1. That'll let me orange this cell. So this is a... Oh, it's actually a 2, 3, or 4. That's a spicy collection of options. Let's see. I know there's a 1 down here. I don't know anything really about 4s yet. I know one of these two is an 8. I don't know that I really want to mark that, but I just did, so I guess we're going to. There's only one orange left in column 2, and it's this one, and it's a 7, Nicholas points out. And so it being a 7 tells me that this is a 2 only, so that's a 1 and a 2 and a 2. This isn't a 6 anymore. So therefore it's a 7, which makes this only a 1 or a 2, and it's not a 2, so it's a 1. Let's see. My last orange up here is a 6, so this digit's not orange, but it could still be an interloping 5. These digits can't be orange either, because they see every orange digit. So they're 5. So I guess I could just say these are 3, 4, 5. They're the only ones that we could do. Oh, wow, that is the whole snake. Wow. Snake dance. Boo-boo-ba-doo. Woo! Ba-doo-ba-doo. Woo! Ba-doo-ba-doo. Boo! Ba-da-boo. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. This is a 1 by Sudoku, is being pointed out by many in chat. So therefore these are a 5, 6 pair. So therefore these aren't 5, and therefore they are low. And that's all the lows for this column. So these are a 5, 7 pair, and that's the one that's the 5, so we can refog it. That's the 7 down there. 1 looking down here actually puts a 1 there. This digit now is the 5. I kind of suspected it was going to be for whatever reason. But there we have it. We have it now. We can go ahead and mark these cells. So that is a 4 and a 7, giving us a blue and an orange. And we can go ahead and mark these cells. I'm going to go ahead and mark these cells and these cells and these cells as well, so that we don't go overboard. So this cell seemingly can only be a 4. This cell is an 8. This cell is fog. 9 there, so this is a 3. That's a 4 and a 3, making this the fog cell. 5 and 4. So this is not a 5. It can be orange. This can be orange. So this can, this never should have left the fog. So that's a 6. These are 4. These are both blue, just by virtue of their candidate marking, so we don't have to worry that they might turn to fog again. Turn to fog, a less used magic spell than turn to frog. Let's see. So this is always orange. Let's see. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and color and mark the rest of the cells. I guess I didn't have to select them. It would have done it automatically. So this cell is a naked 9. So that's pretty cool. So this is a 2. This is a 7. This is an 8, so it's orange. And this is orange no matter what it is, and I have no idea what it is. This is a blue. So let's go ahead and do this 8 and this 8 and this 9 and this 9. Let's see. Probably there is something else for me to notice, like the fact that I need to remove this line. That will make certain members of the audience happy. In row 4, there's a pair. So I know that that's a 9. And therefore, this 4-5 is less than this 3-5. So this digit should never have left the fog. So that's a 5 and a 4 and a 5 and 2 and a 3 and a 6. And an 8 and a 4 and a 2 and a fog and an orange and a blue and an orange and an orange, and we'll have to figure out the color of the bet tree together. It seems like the bet tree is going to be blue, but which blue digit will it be? Let's try to figure out together. It's not 1, it's not 2, and it's not 3, and so therefore our bet tree is 4. Congratulations to all the 4 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. That was a gorgeous little puzzle, JayForty. That was really well done. I loved the checkerboarding break-in. That was a really cool idea. That is a very memorable break-in that I suspect I'm going to see in other places, because that was very cool. Nicely done. I'm already thinking of doing it with an entropic line. All right. So let us take a quick break, and then we'll be back with whatever puzzle has the most bets in the bucket, or most votes in the bucket. So I think it's a Magnus Josefsson puzzle, but we will see shortly. So I will be right back. So don't go anywhere, and I will see you shortly. All right, welcome back, everyone. Next up, we do indeed have this Magnus Josefsson Chaos FilloSudokumino deconstruction. I like to start each stream with the most voted on puzzle from the bucket, and this is the most votes a puzzle has ever received. So the total number of votes that this puzzle has received is 16. All of these votes are from supporters who supported the windmill level or higher, so thank you all for your support. And I dedicate this solve to the following people who voted for it: Woofer, Niverio, Nordy, Ken, Doomdiat, Luda, Ambrose, Josh, Andrew, Russ, J. Dyer, Chili, Directionary, Math Pesto, David, and DDX. Thank you very much to all of you for your support. Also, I learned something new. The reason why I so often have forgotten people's names when I've done this in the past is that the pop-up on Discord when you ask Discord who's reacted to this thing, it scrolls. It doesn't look like it scrolls, but it scrolls. So today, when I saw a list of 8 names and was like, that's not 16 names, I discovered that it did that. Alathana should be on the list. Did I miss it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I wonder why not. Well, anyway, Alathana, it might have lost your vote. Discord with votes is fussier than I would like, by a lot. So it has happened more than once, that I have looked at the bucket and thought something had the most votes, but then someone else has said that it didn't, or whatever, and then I've refreshed and it's told me a different number entirely. So it's very possible that Discord was being Discord, but it did tell me 16, and I got 16 names. But who knows? It might have lost the vote, or maybe it should actually be 18, and I didn't refresh it, and who knows? All right, so this is a sequel to a Magnus Josefsson puzzle that combined FilloSudokumino and Sudoku that I will controversially say that I did not like. But the idea was super cool, and when I saw the rule set for this one and how it had been modified from the previous one, I found it actually quite exciting. So I think I'm going to like this one a lot more than I liked the original. So I'm excited to see how this goes, and I know everyone who's done it has loved it. So let's see what's going on here. And as we go into it, I can tell you why I think this one's going to be more exciting. So what we have here is we need to put a number in every cell of the grid and place 9 non-overlapping 3x3 subgrids in here. So we've got to put 9 3x3 Sudoku boxes in the grid. So sort of like the J. Dyer deconstruction style thing. Each Sudoku box contains the digits 1 through 9, once each, like a Sudoku box does. And each digit occurs at most once in a Sudoku cell per row and column. Okay. Disregarding those Sudoku cells, the rest of the grid, including all non-interior Sudoku cells, forms a valid FilloSudokumino. So how screwed am I going to be by doing this and cracking the cryptic? It's probably going to be okay, but I may regret it if I have like any 23 cell FilloSudokuminos. I'm probably not going to have many giant FilloSudokuminos though, because how would you force a giant FilloSudokumino in this? Because there'd definitely be a uniqueness problem if there were like a lot of 80 size FilloSudokuminos or something. All right. So the reason why I think this version is going to be cooler than the previous is because the 3x3 boxes can sort of move around the grid. And so in the previous one, what happened is there was this sort of 9x9 in the middle, because you had to make the previous one, if you did not see it, was a 9x9 whole Sudoku grid in the middle, and then sort of all the stuff radiated out of that one. And so that just led to a lot of ominoes that just look like this over and over and over again, which is not sort of the most fun FilloSudokumino logic. And so I think this is going to be a really cool way of sort of twisting that and letting us have sort of some more interesting shapes of philomenoes floating around. Okay. Okay, so we've got to start by trying to find, presumably, a region. So where are we going to find it? Oh, thank you, Michael. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. I hope you set many more puzzles. Hopefully it becomes something that's fun to do. So here's an interesting fact. If I try and make this a Sudoku box, let's see, I'm going to try and make the Sudoku boxes, I don't know, I'm sort of inclined to make the Sudoku boxes gray because I want them to stand out, and I'll make the philomenoes in pretty colors. But if I try to make this, if I try and make this a region, this 7 is not an interior Sudoku cell, right? Yeah, so this 7 is not an interior Sudoku cell. And therefore, by virtue of not being an interior Sudoku cell, it would need to be part of a valid philomeno. However, that valid philomeno would need to extend into this box, so therefore this is not part of a region. So I think I need to X that. Let's see, what is the least offensive X that I can make? Let's make it. Oh, that's way more offensive than I would have preferred. Can I do that? Or do I want to make it black for now? I don't know. I'm just going to make it pink for now and think about it later. Okay, and so similarly, I absolutely can't do one in this corner. I can't get away with one in this corner either, because if I tried to make one in this corner, sure, this 1's going to be fine, but this is going to be a none 1 digit. I don't know what digit it's going to be, but it's not going to be 1, and whatever none 1 digit it is, that philomeno is going to be screwed. And so this corner also not going to work, even though there's no digits here, because again, one of these two cells is not 1, and whichever of them's not 1, it's not going to be finishable. So there we go. So we've ruled out 4 cells from possibly being able to do that. Okay, so Carl is interested in row 7, column 6, which sees a bunch of 2s. So there's maybe not quite. Let's see. So if this is in a... So the only way that this... Oh, it's not possible. It's not possible. This can't be in a thing at all. So Carl is right. This is pink X'd. And let me explain why, because it's a little bit more complicated. So it can't be the center of a 3x3. It can't be any 3x3 that would involve a second 2. So it can't be this one. And so if it's this one, then this now has to be part of a philomeno. But that philomeno is going to come outside and come here, and it's going to touch this 2, which isn't going to work. It can't be interior, because if it was interior... Oh! Sorry, this is where that interior trick comes in. Right, because my boxes can touch. Right, okay. So there's a subtlety here in the rules that I thought wasn't going to come up right away, but it has definitely come up right away. which is, let's say I have two boxes abutting each other, and they'd have to actually abut each other like this. The rules define an interior cell as one that's surrounded by Sudoku cells on all four sides. And so these now all become interior cells. So I don't have to Philomeno any of them. And so maybe I do something really wonky, like all of these become Sudoku boxes. Like that's a Sudoku box, this is a Sudoku box. That's obviously not going to work. But the reason why this is interesting is because just plainly, this cannot be Philomeno, which I gave this really complicated argument before that assumed it was in just one box, which it can't be. But this just can't be Philomeno, because if this was Philomeno, it would need to grow, and no matter how it grows, it touches another two. And if this is Philomeno, these can't be internal Sudoku cells, I don't believe. No, they could. This could be Philomeno, right? But they couldn't both be, right? I'm still confused. So basically, although I'm still confused, I 100% agree this is the place to be looking, because of this interesting pattern here. Because I think so something really pathological has to happen, and the thing that we have to think about is which pathological thing is going to happen, and we have to make sure that we understand every possible pathological thing that could happen. So let me instead take the easy point from chat, which is that Jim points out... I don't think Jim's point is quite correct. So Jim is asking if the logic I gave applies to all edge cells. And so I think it could be fine if this was a Sudoku box, as long as this digit was a 1. Because this could escape out this way, this could escape out this way, and then these could sort of continue radiating outwards. So I do think there could be things on the outside, but I think, for example... this, I think, can't be... Well, this can only be in a Sudoku box if that's the 1 for the Sudoku box, is basically what I think is the case. So I think this 1, for example, this 1 can't be in a Sudoku box. I'm willing to say that. Because, again, if this was a 1, it would be in a corner, and whatever this digit was would be screwed. So that is one more thing that I am willing to say. Similarly, this can't be in a Sudoku box, because if it was, this would be the Sudoku box. There's a 1 in it. That's not going to work. Similarly, if this was in a Sudoku box, there'd be a 1 in it that's in the wrong place. That's not going to work. And likewise, this one, because of that. Likewise, this one because of that one. Likewise, this one because of that one. Likewise, this one, because of that one. Likewise, this one, because of that one. There's probably others that I can get. This is getting interesting, because as soon as I eliminate one more of these cells, then I get a whole bunch more stuff. Okay, so this can only be Philomeno if both of these 2s, so let's just imagine the world where this is a Philomeno. Now I have to make both of these 2s be internal Sudoku cells. And so, is there one of these that obviously can't be the internal, or can't be an internal Sudoku cell? Or is there some reason why... Right. One of them is touching a 2 and then can't be internal. That's the point. Okay, so JayForty has the elegant way of saying it. Oh, but it doesn't have to be both. Only one of them has to be an internal Sudoku cell. But if... so let's just imagine that the red grows here. The problem is now this 2 can't be anything. So if this red is a Philomeno cell, it grows in some direction, and it doesn't really matter which. This 2 now can't be an internal Sudoku cell because this isn't a Sudoku cell. So therefore, this is not an internal Sudoku cell, and so therefore it's a Philomeno cell, but that breaks. And that actually happens with all the 2s. Okay, so that's the way to think about it. So this cell can't be Philomeno, it's always gray. So this is always a part of a region. And that region can't grow all the way down here. Yeah, so this region has to not take either of these 2 2s. So by virtue of that, it either has to take, say, this cell, at which point it's forced to take this, or take this cell, in which case it's forced to take this. And it can't do that, right? Because the point is these 2 things can't be part of the gray region, and the gray region has to be a 3x3 box. And so there's just no way, and I'm trying to think of what the elegant way to say this is. So the elegant way to say this, I'm going to just orange these for a second to have no meaning other than they can't be in gray. Gray can't extend in both directions. If gray extends in both directions, then it can go neither up nor down. So gray either extends 2 in this direction or 2 in this direction. But if gray extends 2 in this direction, it now is forced to go down and it takes 2 1s. So it doesn't do that. So it does extend 2 in this direction, and therefore now it's forced to go up because it can't take the oranges. So we have our first completed box. We can go ahead and draw a box here like this. The 4 is an internal digit. So this 2 is now part of a Philomeno, unless it's an internal digit. But if the 2 is part of a Philomeno, it grows here and now makes this 2 impossible to be either a Philomeno or an internal digit. So what that means is this 2 itself is an internal digit. So therefore this is gray, and therefore these are gray as well. Oh, and being an internal digit actually also means that that's gray. So these are gray as well. And now that that's happened, this gray needs to grow, and it can't take any more 1s. So actually, all of those happen. And we end up with this shape. Hey, Nebu. And that shape now forces this shape up like this. And so we end up with that. And now, this one also has to be in a region. I feel like the thing I said at the beginning about why I thought this puzzle was going to be more interesting than the last one is now not going to be true. Because now we're just going to end up with all of these squares piled up on each other, and it's going to end up being the same, like all of them are strings like last time. Because this one also can't be Philomeno. Because if this one is Philomeno, this thing now also has to be part of a valid Philomeno, and it just can't be because it's going to run into the 1. So we also get a region that's forced right here, like that. Oops, and then we've thrown a random X in the grid for no reason. Let's see. Okay, so now... the question is, can this make a 1? Sorry, can this be a 1? I think it can be a 1. It'll spice the MicroStudy says it'll spice things up if I make these grays different colors. I'm trying to save color to indicate that something is a philomeno. But we shall see. Okay, so this cell, if this cell is a philomeno cell, we also have a problem. Because if this cell is a philomeno cell, it's neither a 1 nor a 5, so it would have to grow out, and it can't. So therefore, I think this needs to be gray. Right? This, right, we do need a betting tree in a random place, I guess. We can bet on, let's pick this cell at random. So because this cell has to be internal, because of things it can be and can't be, that has to be that. Not quite so for that one. So automatically this has to be Sudoku because my 3x3 box is always going to take that. And so my 3x3 box is always going to take those. I can never squeeze one over here, no matter how hard I try. So those are also going to do that. So this needs to go up or down. I don't think I know which yet. Row 4, column 5. Yeah, row 4, column 5, Navario's pointing out, same story. This cell, if it was, well, no, this could be a 1. If this is an external cell, it's a 1. I think that's okay. This row and this row have 9 digits in them, so we're going to end up with just tons of Xing over here. Like that. So now this cell really is genuinely a not external cell, and this cell really is a genuinely not external cell. And in fact, this is a genuinely not external cell that's not a 1. So in fact, we have our first little bit of actual philomeno happening. So there's some actual philomeno happening. And now I know this isn't a 2 because it touches the 2. So in fact, I can draw a border there. Like that. I'm hoping if we get the grays early enough, I might be able to just get rid of the coloring and just color philomeno stuff. We will see. I wasn't expecting that I would get it early, but I think I might. So this is definitely pink X'd as well because it would put a second 2 in a row, and Sudoku don't do that. So this cell could be a 1, noteworthily. This cell actually has to be pink X'd as well, because this cell, if it wasn't pink X'd, would be gray, which would force this gray to put a second 7 in the column. So this cell is pink X'd, which means whatever this is, it's not a 1 or a 2. It needs to get out, so I can blue both of those. Let's see. If this is not Sudoku, both the 5 and the 2 go here. So this is Sudoku, so we can finish this box. Like that. Now there's not enough room over here for another box because of that pink X. So I can pink X all of this nonsense. Oh, yeah, right. I think all of that is pink Xable because of that, because I need to sort of squeeze something down here, which I can't because of that one, and so all of that becomes unboxable. This 1 is, of course, unboxable. Let's see, Josh has a good point. Column 5 can't have 2 Sudoku 2s. Right, so this is pink X'd. And therefore, this thing could be the 1. Dagnammit, this thing could still be the 1. But this also can be pink X'd by Josh's same logic, because if this was a Sudoku digit, it would put a second Sudoku 2 in the column, which I can't do. So therefore, this is pink X'd because of it would have to squeeze between two things. I can't squeeze a 3x3 box in there. So either this is a box or it isn't, is the current state of affairs of what we know in the world. Let's see. Let's see. It would be nice if I couldn't have a box up here, but I think I probably actually... No, okay, so this, whatever it is, it's not 1, so it needs to escape outward. And this, whatever it is, it's not 1, so it needs to escape outwards. So these are sort of two different philomenoes, sort of heading out over here. This philomeno, but it could enter there, I believe. So I don't quite know yet exactly what's going on. I'm trying to get to the point where I can box this in and prove that that has to be Sudoku digit, but I might be wrong about that. But that's my sort of guess at the moment. This digit has to be a 1. Because this digit, if it wasn't a 1, it would grow into that, and that would make this digit a 2. So this digit is a 1. And therefore, I believe we have our digit dance. We could bring out Zach for the 1 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doo, woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo, woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo, boo, woo! Ba-doop-boo-ba-doo, woo! Boo-ba-doo, woo! Ba-da-ba-da, woo! Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da, wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Been a while since we've gotten to do an old-fashioned 1 dance. We do have all the rows. I see why we have all of those there like that. Yes. This digit is not 1, and it therefore has to grow there, and therefore it has to be pink. That's true. I agree with chat. This digit is not 1, and therefore it has to grow out, so it has to grow out like that, but it could be green, so I probably should just do that with a line tool just to mark that, that is growing there for sure. And it's not 2 either, for what it's worth. Speaking of line tool things, I know that this grows here because it's not a 1. Yeah, pink is trapped now. Right. Pink is done. Okay, yeah, so pink is 3. Agree. So these digits are all 3. Because pink now is trapped by this white line and by the green. And this has to be a 2 because it's now trapped. It has nowhere else to go. So that's a 2 and that's a 2. And we can draw in our black border there around that. This can't escape down because... Oh, no, it could escape down. You're right. Sorry. No, that's... I don't know that that's 2. It can escape down because this can escape down. Okay, let's try and do some Sudoku. So one of these 2 I know is a 5. Just by Sudoku. Maybe I don't know much else Sudoku-logically yet. This is pink X'd because it would be a second 7 in the column, so we can go ahead and extend our pink exitudinal. Okay, so Mixo's pointing out this cell, what's it going to be? Well, it's either going to have to grow, in which case it's going to become a 2, which breaks, or not grow, in which case it's a 1. So I agree that that's a 1. Ooh, I'd love some mango. While I'm at it, pink X row 2, column 7, same deal. Because of that 2, good. So that gets me that one, and so that gets me those and those. Those are all pink X'd. Good spot to Ambrose there. I can pink X this cell as well, because there's a 4 in that column Sudokologically already. And so that's going to pink X that cell down there, going to pink X that cell down there. So we've got at most one sort of hanging out over here. This digit is not a 2 by Sudoku, and so it must grow. And it's not red either, so I'm comfortable giving this a new color, like yellow, doing that. Okay, red is not 2, so now red actually has to grow again. Like that, I believe. I'm pretty sure that green is going to be 5, and I'm just going to get this pattern, but I'm willing for it to be wrong. That's just my bet, though. Green sees a 5. Aha, green does see a 5, so my bet is incorrect. I've been wrong before. Okay. So I'm trying to understand Kurobon's point that this must be a Sudoku 2, because otherwise this breaks. I don't understand, because this is a 1. Why is the 1 going to break? Oh, row 5, column 6. This cell. Okay, so this cell is another one I can sort of give a color to. So we can make this one, we're going to have to start reusing them soon. We can make this orange, because this is going to have to grow. It's not a 1, it's not a 2, so this is going to have to grow at least out to there. And likewise, this cell, which is not orange, is also going to have to grow into there. Now, orange I know isn't 2, so orange is going to grow up at least that far. Now I also know that orange isn't 3. I guess I already knew that before as well. So orange has to grow, and the only place orange can grow is here. Now, yellow that I know isn't 2 has to grow here. Orange has to grow again, because again, orange is not 1, 2, 3, or 4 just by Sudoku, so orange is there. Now, yellow could be 3, I think. I don't think I know that yellow is not 3. I'm being told now this has to be internal. Right, because the 4 is blocked. Right, the 4 can't. Right, the fact that this yellow has taken this cell next to the 4 means that the 4 is blocked in. Got it. Okay, so that gets me a box up here in order to make that work. Okay, got it. I don't know why that was complicated for me to see, but it took a while. But chat was very patient with me and explained it. So thank you all. So those are now not anything. These are now not anything. Okay. And now yellow is done, so yellow is in fact 3. Right, yellow is now in fact 3, because now yellow can't go anywhere, so that's a 3, that's a 3, that's a 3. And so now this is x'd, so that's x'd, and so now that's x'd and that's x'd. And in fact, now this whole corner doesn't have enough room to fit a box. So we can go ahead and x all of that, like that. If this is a box, we have an enormous problem, I'm pretty sure, but I don't necessarily want to prove it unless I absolutely have to. Wait, did I do something wrong? This was an X from before, but I don't know that there was a good... Maybe this is a stray X from a previous lifetime. So maybe this X was erroneous. It's possible that X was erroneous. I'm pretty sure we're going to have a hard time squeezing a box over here, but maybe we can. Nicholas points out this is now a 5 that I can sort of hem in with black nicely. Same for this one. Of course, this 1 Philomeno we can hem in. This 2 Philomeno, we know what it does. This 2 Philomeno now is just forced. It's just that. Making that a 2. Meaning that this Philomeno, whatever it is, it needs to escape here. We can make that another orange. Now, I know this isn't a 2, and it's not a green. So green has to go out like this. Orange is not 1, so orange has to come out like this. You can be black. You can be black as well. Orange is big, for what it's worth. This 2... this 2 probably goes there, is the thing that I wasn't seeing. Okay, there's a bunch of... No, not this column, sorry. This column, though, and this column, I now have 9 digits, so I can't fit any more digits in them without repeating, because there are only 9 digits available. So I can X all of that stuff. I do still have to fit 3 more things in here. I kind of think this possibility is dead now because of orange. Right. If I make this a Sudoku box, now orange is 3, and that's too small. So all of these are out as far as being Sudoku digits. I don't think I know... No, I do know this 2 isn't a Sudoku digit, because if it is, again, orange would be forced to be 3, and orange can't be 3. So I think this 2, is also not a Sudoku digit. Which then means these 2 aren't Sudoku digits. And so now the only way I can fit a box up here is if orange escapes into there, but that doesn't work, right? Orange then becomes 4, and orange can't be 4 by Sudoku. So I think actually the fantasy of there being a box up here is, I think, now completely dead, which feels wrong to me, but we've still got room for 3 things elsewhere. Right, this 2 can still escape in there. Yellow isn't 2. So this 2 actually has to escape here. This is just a domino, and we can fill it in. It's that domino. So we get that. Oh, orange sneaking around like that. But that would create a problem with one of these 2, I think. Or one of these 3. But yeah, I agree. I did not consider it. So let's see. This exactly being a box is still possible. These certainly can't be a box anymore. Is this exactly being a box possible? It doesn't look great for these cells to me. Ah, right. Can't, because there's a 2 already in row 7. J Dyer has. Okay, so that's not box, and so therefore these aren't box. So the only possibility is that that's a box, which seems fairly likely to me. And I can fit a box up here. I certainly can't fit a box in either of those places for sure. Oh, I certainly can't fit a box in either of these places either. Which gives me that this 5 has to escape. So this 5 is at least going to green its way out here. This thing, whatever it is, it's going to orange its way out. Like that. This is going to have to blue its way out. Again, just all these things are things I know are not 1. This thing I think could be a 2, unfortunately. Now, green being a 5 means it definitely comes there. Blue not being 7 or green, blue definitely comes there. Uh-oh, isn't this cell broken now? What did I screw up? Oh, no. It's not that this cell is broken. It's that this cell has to be an internal Sudoku digit. Because this cell, if it's not an internal Sudoku digit, is broken. So we just discovered this extra box, I believe. So that's going to give me lots of pinkening, and it's going to give me a 3. Can't squeeze a box down here anymore. Can't squeeze a box over in any of these spaces. Okay. Blue is now 3 because it can't be anything else. You can blacken around it like that. This digit's now a 7, I think. Actually, maybe I don't know that. Oh, I do know that because this digit can't be a 1 because it sees a 1 by Sudoku. So this digit is a 7. And the 7 we know sort of is coming out like this, and then like that. You can draw a border there. Five, 5. I could probably do some more Sudoku if I try. Like, I know this digit's not a 1 or a 7 or a 2, so this digit has to expand that way. Let's make that yellow. I haven't used yellow in a bit. This digit's not a 1, so it's going to have to expand that way. One of these is going to have to be 2. Oh yeah, the rest of this is now Xable, because there's no universe where any of this turns into box. How many boxes do I have now? I have 7, so I've got to fit in 2 more boxes, which is interesting unto itself. Okay, so people are wanting me to say that, like I thought originally, this is green, because if it's not green, this is what happens. If it's not green, it needs to grow, it needs to grow. It's still not 3, so it needs to grow, and now green is at most 3, but green can't be at most 3, because green is not 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. So this, in fact, this pair is green. And we can get rid of this little line over here. Good. Let's see. Well, yellow's definitely not 2 because it touches a 2. So therefore, this yellow grows. This would only grow down, but that seems okay. This digit's pretty big, so it's certainly at least 5. So these two I can give a color. Let's make them green. This digit's also big, so I can give it a color. Let's make it purple. This digit can still be a 2, unfortunately. This digit needs to grow for sure, whatever it be. Because it's not a 1. 5 in column 5 is hidden, I am told. That's not a 5. Those aren't 5. Ah, so this is a 5. Yep. Agree. And there's no way it's that 5. Yep, so that's a 5. Yeah, I probably should mark at this point, shouldn't I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is what these digits are. Let's see. This is not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Could be a 6. It's not a 7. It could be an 8 or a 9. And then these two are not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're 6, 7, 8, 9. So one, in particular, one of these is definitely a 7. For whatever that is worth. And the green is not 7. Right, because the green shows up in a row with a 7. Beautiful. So that's a 7. 7, 7. 7. So these digits are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, I know this one's not 4 for sure. So in fact, I do know one of these 2 is 4, for whatever that's worth. Very little, I suspect. Yeah, I probably have to just sort of fill in all of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These aren't 2 because they have a 2 in the box. That's all I know. I believe. This certainly can't be a Sudoku box because it would have 2 1s in it. So we can certainly get rid of that possibility. 5 in row 6, column 9 by Sudoku. So this is not 1, 2, 3, 4. So no 5 in those cells. 5 could be there. Why can't the 5 be here? Oh, it's hidden in the box. It's hidden in the box. Okay, got it. Yeah, so it is hidden in the box. Got it. So this is certainly from 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's huge. Okay, in particular, if purple is huge... Oh, no, purple can go there. Never mind. It's okay if purple goes there. Let's see. One of these two is a 3, I know, by Sudoku. Ah, now that's not 5, so now that is 5. Anti-Knight points out. 5, 5. This 5 in row 6 actually now has to get bigger. So it can grow like that. This... Oh, right. I keep thinking this purple has to get bigger, but it could go through there is perfectly acceptable. There's sort of, roughly speaking, 3 spots for boxes, and 2 of them have to have box in them, is basically the upshot of all of this. I think, is my current understanding of where we are in our pursuit of happiness. Let's see. Row 14, column 14 is not box because of the 5. Right. If this was in the box, that would put the 5 in the middle of a box. That's not allowed. Good spot. Let's see. So this exact possibility is one of them. I'm looking for one of these where the border breaks. Because we're going to have a 1 on the border somewhere in order to make one of these work. So either that's going to be a 1, or we're going to put this up here, and that's going to be a 1. Row 13 already has a Sudoku 5 in it. Okay, so Jay Dyer sees that actually I just can't put a 5 in this row at all because there's a Sudoku 5 there, and so that X's off those 2. So we're slowly whittling this down. Okay. So Carl says if this box happens, so in other words, if the row 15 box happens, this specific cell is screwed because it's not a 1, but it doesn't have anywhere it can go. So therefore, Carl is buying us some more pink X's down here. Very cool spot to Carl. Yeah, Nicholas is pointing out we can corner mark 1s up here if we like. Row 14, column 10 is not box. Right. So because 1 is up there, Nicholas's point is this can't be box anymore because it would repeat the 1 in the column. Very good. So our boxes down here, we have like those versions or something like that. Okay, so Danzor is saying this can't be a Sudoku box because something about 3s that I'm trying to understand would force both row 1, column 11, and row 2, column 10 to be 3s. Oh, that seems complicated. Can't they both be 3s? It'd just be a 3 that does that? Then double 3s in the box. 3 already in the box. Ah! Yes, yes. Sorry, I was missing this 3. Got it. But this could still be 1. I'll come back to this if this is absolutely necessary, but this seems ugly to prove. No, because that has to be the 1. So that would have to be the 1. So then the question would be, like, can this be 2? Is there an immediate reason why this can't be 2? Or yellow, with that being a 1. Middle section breaks due to row 7, column 12. Okay, so FJam thinks that this is the one that's broken. So if this is a Sudoku thing, the problem is we end up putting a 1 over here. This digit, therefore, can't be a 1, can't be a 2, so it has to be a 5. But now this 5 has to avoid this, because I've already put a 5 in here, and so then that 5 sort of snakes up there. So I agree with FJam. This is not a region. Because of that. And so the problem, again, just in case you didn't get that, is this cell can't be a 1 because that one has to be the 1. And so therefore this cell can only be a 5. But now this green 5 now can't enter this box because this is a Sudoku box that already has a 5, and therefore this 5 comes up like that. And so therefore we can pink X all of this. Okay, and so therefore Danzor's point about up here is going to be very useful, because Danzor's point was basically like, this is super, super forced if this happens, but now we in fact know it happens. So we know that's a 1. We therefore know that this is a 3, because it has to sort of escape out like that. No question about this. This thing needs to get out, but it probably is the same as something else. It can't escape out and be the same as this because it would repeat the 3. So in fact, these are definitely yellow. Is the conclusion that we must reach. Oh, it doesn't have to be yellow. It could be 2, right? It could be 2. Yep. Good spot. It can be 2. I don't have any reason why it can't be 2. I don't know that it's super useful, but I can go ahead and say that these are all gray. Oh, row 1, column 13 is 2. That's why this can't be 2. Because, not that I at all saw that, but that's why, because this can only be 2, because this also has to get out. So this can get its own little color. Come out like that. Like that. This needs to come out, whatever it is. It can be purple. It's not 1, 2, or 3, so purple certainly has to come here and here. So now whatever this is, it has to come out, and it's not 1, 2, or 3, so it has to get at least to there. this isn't 1, 2, or 3, so it has to come here. And in fact, has to come here. Oh, and when it comes there, that's going to make it purple. So in fact, this thing that I said was orange. It's in fact actually purple, I think. Oh, I screwed something up because this is broken. What did I screw up? Let's see. This logic felt good, but something is wrong because now purple is going to break that. Oh, row 4, column 10. Right, okay. So I am right, I think. It's just that this can also be purple, and in fact, it has to be. So the thing I thought was broken is not actually broken because we actually get this. And so we knew this was 6, 7, 8, or 9. We now know it's just a 6. And so that's a 3. And so, good job, team. We didn't break it. Unfortunately, we did choose to make this green, and that turned out to be a poor life choice, so we're going to make it orange instead. And now this green does have to get out. Oh, now green and yellow are both 5. Oops. So green certainly can't go down, because that would be a 5 touching a 5, so green, in fact, finishes here by FilloSudokumino stuff. Yellow's still not 3, so yellow has to come here. Well, the thing is, most of my colors, I don't know what size the FilloSudokumino is. So I can't really just not just make them the size. If someone would whisper in my ear what color they were, then I would know. So purple now is known to be 4. Because it's now trapped. So yellow is not 4, so yellow must continue. And yellow's not 5 either, so yellow must continue. Yellow's not 6 either, but I don't exactly know where it goes. This yellow, though, and now I've got my conflicting yellows again. This yellow now has to go here, being a 5. And now these yellows might touch, so I'm going to change this yellow to a purple. This I know is a 7, 8, or 9. I suppose I could just make this green. That's a smart point, since it's locally near a green 5. Let's see. Okay, so we've got all of this, so this is going well. Okay, so interesting fact, this can't be a 2 and it can't be 2, 1, so this must be yellow. Because if this wasn't yellow, this would be irresolvable. So that cell's definitely yellow. Jim Baker says the same thing. Oh, right. These are yellow up here because we placed the 2. So the reason why we rewound that was a concern about 2s. Okay, yellow's not 4 is huge, because that 4 tells me yellow's not 4, so this yellow comes here. So now this is 2, because now it has no other choices. So this can be 2. We can block that in. Yellow's not 5 either, so yellow needs to come here as well. Yellow's also not 6, so yellow needs to come there as well. Yellow's definitely not 3, so this 3 actually has to get some action. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I think 7 is the first digit. I don't know that yellow is not. This has become a 1, people in chat are pointing out, because it's not going anywhere. So it's done. Let's see, what are these digits? Let's just fill them in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I know that one's not 4. That might be literally all I know, but hey, it felt good to fill it in. These aren't 6 anymore because of that 6. So this is a 7, 8, or a 9, but I don't think I know anything about it. Fun fact, where's the 3 in this column? It has to go there, because the 3 in this box is in one of these two, so that's a 3. So this is not a 3. Ambrose sees it exactly as I do, I suspect. Let's see. Okay, what is left in this box? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And that one I know is not 5. So that is 7, 8, or 9. Oh yeah, where's 2 in column 9? 2 in column 9 goes exactly here, making that a 2 and letting us finish this. Good spot to Josh there. If I made this, so this is Navario's point, if I made this Sudoku, this cell is a broken Philomeno, because it can't be a 1 because it's touching a 1, and it can't be anything bigger than 1 because it's touching a 1. So therefore, these are all X'd, and therefore these are gray. Oops, wrong color X. We want to be consistent with our horrible X's. So, unfortunately, I know almost nothing Sudoku-y about this. I do know that this... Oh, yeah, I don't really know. We can put borders on the sides of the box that we know have borders. Oh, no, sorry, in boxes. Sorry, I was trying not to put borders in boxes to avoid confusion. If this goes over here... What is this cell? I don't think that works. I think if this goes here, this cell becomes a 1, but it doesn't work. Because there's a 1 in the column. Do we agree with that? I want to make sure I'm reading this right. I think this cell becomes unfillable if it grows left, so I think it has to grow right. So we can do that, I think. Okay, so now we're going to get rid of these. The delayed gratification of getting rid of all of these pink X's, I hope is very satisfying for everyone. Oops. Okay. It would be nice to have a remove all X's button. I think I might be the only person on Earth who would ever use it, but I would appreciate it. Because I can select all, but if I select all with the pen tool, it will remove the borders as well, and we don't want to remove the borders, because we put in a lot of work into those borders. But I think I'm the only one who uses X's and O's in this way that I've seen, at least. Oh, I love Josh's feature request to make the bubble wrap popping sound whenever you remove an X. That would be perfect. There we go. Okay, got that. There we go. And now we can go ahead and we can give our ones that are left outside the grid the color of black and box them in because they're now Philomeno ones, like you do. Oops, sorry, that was trying to add, not take away, but then I took away instead. Okay, so what else have we? So now orange isn't 2 anymore. So let's add 1 as a candidate, apparently. So now orange is huge. So orange has to come down here. So that chases green down. Green getting chased down there chases red down. Red's 7, so red has to go down again. Green is 5, so green actually has to finish right there. So we can do that. This 5 has to expand its reach as well. This orange needs to expand. This is not 2, so whatever it is, it has to expand down. Nor is it 3, so it has to expand down. So this orange now has to expand down. So this yellow is 4. Because now we have forced that this yellow is 4, I believe. Tell me in chat if you disagree with my assessment. This still isn't 6, 7, 8, or 9. Uh-oh. People disagree. What did I do wrong? Oh, it could have grown into that. It could have grown into that. Sorry, you're right. It could have grown into that. I don't think I know any of it. Well, I do still know that it can go there. But I now don't know anything. Because it could grow into there. Yeah, so yellow can go into the other box, potentially. But if yellow does, even if yellow does grow here, it still takes that cell. So I can at least fill that in, which means I can at least fill in that that's orange. But yellow could well put a 4 in one of these cells without it being a problem. Okay. So so this 2, we know what it does exactly. It does that, because it... No, we don't, sorry. That's a lie. The 2 is allowed to grow down, because the 2 could grow into that. In fact, it almost certainly does. Yeah, we can draw a border. I mostly border them when they're done, but we can draw the yellow-orange border just for row 11, column 10 grows up. I don't know what that means. Row 11, column 12 grows up. Right, this does grow up because of the 1 up there, but I don't know that it's not red, so I'm going to go ahead and do it like that. But then that does mean that this 2 actually gets chased down here, is the point, because now the 2 certainly can't join that. So, in fact, we get another blue domino like that. I don't know that this grows out yet. So this is 1 or yellow, I think. This could even be orange. Well, this definitely grows out, whatever it is. Let's just... Oh, no, it could be 1. Sorry, I don't know that this isn't 1, and I don't know that that's not 1. And I don't know that this isn't 2. In fact, I know that one of these 2 is 2, which makes it very likely to be 2. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's what this can be. So basically anything in the medium-ish to large category. The bet tree is not 1, so the bet tree needs to grow out. And the bet tree is not 2, as is pointed out, because there's a 2 in the box. And the bet tree's not 3 either, so the bet tree is big-ish. I don't think we know any more cells the bet tree has to take, though. The maximum size that yellow could ever get is 5, but it's not 5. So in fact, yellow is 4. That's a good spot from 57 Thorns. So yellow either takes its last cell there or there. I don't know which. If it took its last cell there, does that break anything? It would make that a 1. Yes. If yellow takes his last cell here, it makes that cell a 1 and makes this cell a 2, right? No. It would be fine. Okay. This cell's interesting because I know it's not a 5. So this 5 does not grow here. I'm actually going to use a tool I have not used. I'm going to put an X there just to remind me of that. So if this cell isn't 1, it grows down. Red can be this, though, Ilm, right? Row 8, column 12 can't grow up. That's certainly true. So what about this digit? This digit annoyingly can be a 5, can't it? Yes, this digit can be a 5, which is super annoying. So green needs another cell over here. I realize this is off in Never Never Land. Green can't take only this cell, because if green took only this cell, it would make this a 1. And so green always takes this cell. I think this is the most minor and useless deduction in the history of the universe, but that is true. This line, not quite there yet with this stuff, I don't think. Okay, so 2 in this box just by Sudoku. Oh no, that 2's not seeing this by Sudoku. 2 in this box by Sudoku is down there. Okay, so red is at least 7, is that true? Right, red is not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. So red is at least 7. And so it is true. If green comes down, now red is at most 6. Because it can escape like that, but then it's caught by this 2. So green can't do that. Green goes over here. Got it. Okay, so that finishes this green. So now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is now 7 or 8, based on whether or not this is a 1. It's probably not a 1, but who knows? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, that's also that. So red being at least... So I think red, if it doesn't take this, we're going to create a problem. So if red doesn't take this, remember, red is at least 7. Red can take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But it can't take all 7 because it would make this a second 2. So red does, in fact, need to take this. Because there's only 7 cells red can take without that, and it would need to take all 7, and it can't. Is, I think, the way to phrase that. Okay, so red still needs to get 2 more cells for sure. So red always needs to take this cell, because if red doesn't take that cell, it's only getting one more cell. And again, red can take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Red is at most 8 and at least 7. So red is 7 or 8, just for posterity. Josh pointing out this 7 is too far away from this 7 for them to be friends. So we're going to need to have some awfully crowded close quarters up here at the top. That's probably the case. Oh, this digit can't be a 2 anymore for whatever that is worth. I think this digit can be a 7, 8, or a 9. Now the 4 in this column is in fact claimed by these. So that's not a 4. Row 13, column 13 has to be a 1 or a 3. So the absolute most cells this can get without becoming 1 or 5 is 6. So naively, this cell is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But we already know it's not 5. We know it's not 2. We know it's not 4 by Sudoku. If it was 6, if it was full on 6, now the question is what happens to the 5, and now the 5 can get at most 4 cells, so that's not a 6. Good spot to Kathy. So this is indeed a 1 or a 3. What's the biggest this digit can be? I think we just have to count for each cell what the biggest digit they can be is. So this digit, annoyingly, I think it can be a 5, and if it is a 5, I think it can be any amount of big. Well, sorry. If this is bigger than 5, we're screwed. So this is never bigger than 5. So I think this cell can only be 1, 3, or 5. Because if this is bigger than 5, then we can't go through the 5. This cell, I think this cell's also going to be 1, 3, or 5. So this cell, it can never take more than... In fact, this cell, I think, can never take more than 4 cells without being a 5. So again, I think this is 1, 3, or 5. But it actually sees a 3 by Sudoku, so this is actually a 1 or 5. But I think the point is, I think these are a 1, 3, 5 triple. Which is, I think, going to be helpful, maybe, possibly. Do people agree with my reasoning about this being a 1, 3, 5 triple? In terms of just what size these things could possibly attain? So the reason why that's useful, Carl has spotted, which is that this digit now can't be a 1, so it's a 4. Gives us that 4. Gives us a quad left in the box, which is 6, 7, 8, 9. So everything left in the box is huge. That 4 is done, by the way. I think this is going to be orange, but I don't think we can prove it yet. So I think naively this could be 6 and just come and eat all of those. Oh, no, it can't. It can't. Okay, sorry. So this is Kathy's proof from before. I'm going to make this yellow. So the bet tree region is yellow. If the bet tree region tries not to take this cell, then in order to take 6 cells, it takes all of these. But now this 5 is at most 4 in size. That's nasty. So the yellow comes here. Oops. That's not what I meant to do. Oh no, that's 7 yellows. Oh darn it. You're right, that is 7 yellows, because I could do this and then the 5 is fine. Because I get to exactly 5. Well, now the 3 is broken, isn't it? So I think you have to actually contemplate this together. So I would need to make this the 6. The 5 would have to look exactly like this or like this. But now whichever of these things is the 3 has nowhere to go because we've eaten all of these cells between the 2. So I contend my point was correct, although I miscounted. And so because of that, now this has to go out and become orange. So this is some sort of counting type argument. So is the point here. So orange is not 6. Nicholas would like me to mark. Which gives me a 7, 8, 9 triple. That's actually useful. So now that's the 6. So now this isn't a 6. Red is only 7 or 8. That's true. So one of these two is 6. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. The 4 in column 9 can be placed. By horizontal roping? These lines don't align, and there's not 3 of them, so there can't be any horizontal roping, I don't think. Like, the fact that these are the same doesn't tell me that the other things are going to be the same, necessarily. I don't believe. Oh, maybe it does, actually. So the question is, where do these 3 digits go in this box? So it's not quite roping, but it's some weird variation of roping, because these 3 digits are those 3 digits, so they're not these 3 digits. So where do these 3 digits go? They go down here, and so in particular, I guess the question is, where does this yellow digit go in this box? It goes here, so that's not the 4, so that's the 4. So yeah, so that is a really clever spot. Very good. So bottom right yellow still needs to escape more. Oh, we're just counting the total of all of these cells. Plus that 2. So 1, 3, and 5 is 9, plus 7 is 16, plus 2 is 18, minus 4 is 14. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So I think if I eat up 14 cells, that's horrendous, by the way. But if I eat up 14 cells just filling these in, what it's telling me is that this yellow needs to come at least to here. That's a lot of work to fill in one yellow digit. If row 12, column 13 is 3, it breaks the 5. Right, that's true. If this is a 3, the 3 gets out, and this becomes the 5, but now the 5 doesn't have 5 things. Agree with that. So these have become a 1-5 pair, so that's a 3. And now that's convenient, because now I can make these two both, say, blue, just to do that. I was hoping that 3 would do something by Sudoku, but I don't think it sees anything by Sudoku that ever could have been a 3. So this is definitely a 3. Unless these two 5s connect, which they definitely don't, this 5 needs to escape this way. If these 5s connected, I couldn't fill this 5, so that's why I'm saying this definitely escapes this way. If I make the 3 go this way, I run out of room for the 5. Right. If I make this 3 go this way, Martin's point is the 5 can't finish. So in fact, that's a 3. In fact, actually, if I go ahead and make this an orange 5, basically the point is I know that 5 has to come down and has to go up just by what I've already said. This 3 is done. So now this 5, the point is it now comes over here, which then forces yellow over here. Which is what I was sort of hoping would happen. Oh, right, the 5... No, So the question is, can the 5 actually do that? And I think the answer is yes. So I think this is all wrong. Only a little wrong. But it's wrong. Because the 5 can do that. Oh, no, it can't, because that leaves too few cells for the 7, 8, and the 2. Gross. But yeah, so that restores it. So let's see. So next up, we know yellow needs another cell. This green needs to come here regardless. Because it can't get both its cells back there, and so therefore the yellow is forced here at least. If red extends right, it breaks the 9. Right. The red can't extend this way, because now the 9... is trapped. And the 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Could the 9 be yellow? I think the 9 could only just be yellow, Nico. Although someone will point out that if I count the combination of 6 other things, it would be a problem. Yeah, if 9 is yellow, orange is 7. I agree with that. Let's see. How are we ever... So here's the question to maybe ask here. How are we ever disambiguating which of these is 1 and which of these is 5? Because the answer to that question almost certainly has to tell us what we're looking for here, right? Oh, learning where the 1 is over here? Oh, yeah, that's what it's going to be. It's going to be learning where the 1 is over here. So we can pencil mark that 1's going in one of these two is the point. I do agree with the claim that orange cannot be 9, because orange being 9 would force it to take exactly these 9 cells, which would then touch a 9, which gives us a 7-8 pair over here. So these are not 7 or 8. These are 6 or 9. That's pretty cool. So that 6-9 pair looks up to there. That was a good spot. So yeah, one of those two is 9. Row 10, column 8. This box has a 7-8 pair. That's true. So that makes that a 9. Good spot to the cogito. 9 and 9 go there and there. Sorry, come out of there and there, I should say. And there. And there, effectively. And that 9 places a 9 here. So those aren't 9. Which means that's not a 9, which actually places a 9 here, because those two are the same. That was a cool chain of things. I suddenly have a lot of 9s placed. Yes, these are a 7-8 pair, Kathy points out, so that's a 5. Cogito claims there's even more Sudoku to be done on 9s. I feel like I examined the given 9 and the 7s, and I think it works if yellow does that. That was my conclusion. So if yellow is 6, something else happens. The problem is if yellow is 6, then this 9 has to finish, and it's got to finish in a way that leaves room for the 4. And so then it's, once I sort of combine these, then it's going to sneak out under here. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so yeah, so I buy that. So all of these are 9. And we can draw in one more border over there. And now I know what orange is. Orange is 7. So red is 8. That's a 6. That's an 8. So that's a 9. So that is not a 9. Let's see. So these aren't lots of things that they were previously pencil marked as being able to be. They're not 4 or 7. That 9 does look up to there, placing that 9, which looks over here, making that not a 9. This 7 actually also looks up at this cell, making that an 8, making neither of these an 8. That 7 also looks up at that cell, making that a 9 and that a 7. This is a 4, 6, or an 8, but it's not a 6 or an 8, so this is in fact a 4. So that's in fact a 4, because of the 6-8 pair. These are a 2 and something. These are a 2-7 pair. I think as of yet, technically unresolved. that 8 looks over here and makes green a 6, which makes that a 6, which makes that an 8, which makes that an 8, which makes that a 6. It makes these not 6. So these are all 6 and it's done. Okay. So now we have to ask ourselves, I need 6 red cells and 2 2s. So I need 2 more red cells and 2 more 2s. So all of this is red or 2. And so therefore this must be the 2. So I've been making 2s blue mostly, but not consistently. But I need that, and we need red to take these 2 in order to finish. Oops. So we've got all of that. Now this can't be the 5 anymore. So now that's a 1 and that's a 5, so it's orange. And now that's a 5, so it's orange. And now that's a 1, because it can't be a 5 and it doesn't have any other options. So it could be black. Oops. And so now that's a 5. So now if that cell's not red, I think we have a really serious problem. So yeah, what 4 cells does the 4 take? If the 4 takes this cell, we break. So the 4 needs to take exactly these cells in order for the red not to break. There's probably an elegant statement for that, but I do not know it. So this red 7 needs to come around like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It still needs 1 more, so that's a 7. So these are 7s. So this yellow 5 now, we know what it does. It has to do that exactly. Oh. I can't count, apparently. 1, 2, oops. Oh, yes, I can't count. It was finished. There we go. Yeah, so that is right. So that's actually 7. So we can finish the red. We can extend the yellow, but we can't finish it currently. Those are 5s. I still don't know that green isn't 2, I don't think. This 7, Ambrose points out, looks all the way up, which makes yellow 8. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Makes that a 1. I would have bet wrong on that one, I will tell you. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those are 8s. Doing that, making my blue extend here. This cell is now huge, whatever it is. This is a triple, so I should fill in what the triple is. 2, 3... No, not 3. Sorry, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7... 2, 8, 9. This isn't a 9 by Sudoku, so this is a 2 or an 8. But this isn't a 2 or an 8 by Sudoku, so this is a 9. So we've got a 2-8 pair down here. We may have to do math. I'll begin preparing myself for the fact that we might have to count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so these are 1, 4, and 6. That one's not a 1. This one's not a 4 or a 6, so it is a 1. And then this one is a 4 or 6. So this one, I actually now know sort of comes out like that. So that is going to become, we'll make that red. This is just done, so it's okay. So my guess is we're going to have to prove that this is not an 8 and it's going to be unpleasant. But my guess is that's probably how this puzzle is going to end. Row 10, column 2 has to escape. That's right, because this isn't a 4 or a 6. So that's gonna give me, so that's useful. So this is going to be yellow, which then is forcing this to be a 2 and that to be a 7. Can make that blue like that. Sorry, that's the wrong place. Like that. This yellow is going to have to come down, which is going to make the red come down. Red's going to have to come down again. This is not going to be red, so it's going to become, let's make it orange. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Okay, so we got away with it. We got away with it. I really feel like I got away with something there, because we did not have to do any ugly counting for that part. Yellow still needs to get down a ways more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In fact, yellow has to take this cell, which then makes this red 4, which makes orange 6. Let's block it in. So this is an orange now, which now finishes the 5 there. So no more 5s. 6 and 6 go there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so that makes it 8. Orange now has to come here, and 1, 2, 3, and here. Okay, good. So that is very cool. And so now this is an 8. So that's a 9. That's an 8. I really like, yeah, that Philomeno part was very cool. Yes, and cool and painless, which is always appreciated, as a combination of things to show up. Okay, and so now we just have to finish a Philomeno puzzle, I guess. So, this is where we're going to have to suffer. Because we're going to need to use the fact that that 7 doesn't connect to this 7. And so that's a total of, so I've got 3, 4 there, so I need 10 more cells just to be 7s. And so how many cells do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So I have 14 cells. 10 of those cells need to be 7s. If this is not a 7, it's at least 4. But I don't think I can quite disprove anything like that. And I do have to keep in mind, not only do the 2 7s have to be in here, they have to not touch. So that's the answer. So the answer is this, and then the puzzle's done. I'm trying to decide whether I want to think about it or not. I think it's... So I need something. So I don't think it's very... I don't think there's a good elegant way to do it. But basically the idea is I need to make n omino to divide the top 7 from the bottom 7. And it needs to be at most 4 cells in size. And this is going to be the one that does it. I think I'm going to like the puzzle by three points less if I prove it, so I'm just going to accept that this is the answer. So I will do that and just call it good. We have found an answer to the puzzle. So we will take that. And there we go. Woohoo! We made it. In under 2 hours, too. If you put the 4s in column 2, then this 7-omino has 6 things in it. So I did indeed like this one much better than the previous one. I think this one was a lot more fun and had a lot more sort of logic that is the sort of logic that I enjoy with placing the boxes. The placing the boxes and some of the cool and unexpected pairs and triples that you got were very cool. There's still a lot of logic in this that is... I'm not saying it's bad, but it's just not my style, where there was some really grindy case checking at various points in this, so this is never going to be my favorite kind of puzzle, but this one had a lot of really cool steps in it that made it worth it to me to do the puzzle and put up with the parts that aren't my favorite in order to do the parts that I really liked. So I'm a big fan of this one overall. And I think this rule set, I think this is the right rule set versus the other one. Yeah, there's some interesting roping stuff going on. I wonder why that happened. Probably not for any... I mean, it's perfectly fine to say, yeah, FilloSudokumino is just, like... In order to make a FilloSudokumino enjoyable, you have to exercise a lot of skill as a setter, because FilloSudokumino is just intrinsically an excruciating genre. And I don't think there are many people who disagree with that statement. But yeah, this did a pretty good job of largely protecting, and this did the thing that... The thing that I really liked about this one versus the previous one is just how many more interesting shapes geometrically there were sort of coming out of the grid. Because there are there's a lot more sort of twisting and turning and crossing between boxes. Like, you couldn't do this kind of thing in the previous version. And the ability to do this kind of thing really made the puzzle much more exciting, I would say. I would say that if you want to make, I would absolutely not disagree at all that regular Sudoku requires expert crafting in order to make interesting. I quite deliberately don't do a lot of classics. It is not at all an accident that I do not do a lot of classics. But the finding the boxes part I thought was super cool. Like, that part I really genuinely enjoyed. Whereas, like, I think that was also part of the disappointing... part of why the other one was so disappointing was that in the other one, basically you couldn't start the puzzle until you knew where the grid went, but then once you found where the grid went, you were just doing a FilloSudokumino puzzle. This, I got to spend a lot of time sort of bouncing back and forth, doing the, like, oh, and now I know where this is, and now I know where this is, while also combining with the FilloSudokumino, and I found that sort of very satisfying, and I got a lot more of what I thought I was signing up for with this one, so I enjoyed this one. All right. I'm going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back, and I'm going to watch and then we're going to watch Rangsk's solve of Renban V-ban. So I'm going to go pull that up. We'll come back to the Zeta React screen mode, and we'll watch that. So I will see you all in just a moment. Alrighty, let's try this. So we're going to watch Rangsk solve my puzzle, Renban V-ban, which is one I enjoyed setting. So if, as many of you did, you started watching my channel because you watched my reaction to Simon solving Swirl, this is my sequel to Swirl. Big shout out to Rangsk. Certainly Rangsk is basically 100% responsible for me streaming. So big fan of watching him solve this stuff. And then at some point I guested on his channel and I enjoyed it and was like, hey, I should do this. Also, big apologies for the fact that I streamed Taiji while he was streaming yesterday and didn't realize it. But we're gonna watch Rangsk solve this with commentary. I'm gonna try and read the chat also, although you can't see the chat in Rangsk's chat, but I'll point out if anything interesting comes up. Let me know how the audio is. So let's try this when Rangsk comes back. We can see all Rangsk supporters. Awesome that Rangsk has a bunch of supporters, and also a bunch of them are my supporters as well.
I am back.
Okay, how is Rangsk's volume?
The zetamath puzzle.
Oh, I am in the wrong place. Should probably move my camera over here.
And yes, Rocky's puzzle was both a really cool idea and very well executed. So great job.
Inaudible. Let's
and
see.
thank you to Rocky.
Okay. I made Rangsk louder. Tell me how Rangsk is now.
So this puzzle is called Renban V-ban. It's by zetamath. So we have normal Sudoku rules. We have normal Renban rules. So digits on a Renban, the purple lines, must be a consecutive sequence of digits.
Can you put a link to Rangsk stream in chat, by the way, for anyone who doesn't know?
Anti-V.
Either
Their
a
pair of
moderator or
adjacent digits
Tristan?
within the grid can sum to 5. The digit in the gray square is even. 2, 4, 6, 8. All right. Cool. So, how do we want to get started on this?
Audio good.
Basically solved now. Yep. I agree.
So there's Rangsk stream in chat. If you've not watched Rangsk do Sudoku, Rangsk stream Sudoku.
One of these
Renbans
has a 1 on it, and one of these Renbans has a 9 on it.
I should also say, by the way, if you're a newer setter, Rangsk accepts open submissions for Sudoku puzzles. So if you want to send a Sudoku puzzle to Rangsk, he will do it on stream, and he's always looking for more puzzles. So so you can do that.
We can make this much easier to see.
So,
oh, Tristan's going to futz with the thing.
Also here, that feels important.
What's going on?
I don't know what you're doing.
So, what happens if this is 1, 2, 3, 4? The problem is this cell sees all 3 of these. So it's going to add to 5 with one of them, which is bad. So we can't put a 1 here, and we can't put a 1 here. So there's a 1 somewhere in this row here.
That is much better.
And this can't be 1, 2, 3, 4, and this can't be 1, 2, 3, 4. For the same reason. This cell sees all 3 of them. So we can actually place the 1 here.
So yeah, perhaps unsurprisingly, I should say, immediately after I set Swirl, I had the idea of, well, I should try and do a Renban version. And it took a really long time to sort of come up with the idea of this break-in of what Rangsk just discovered, which is that in this sort of triangular shape, Renban, you can't put a 1 on it because it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this one, as Rangsk said, will definitely have to sum to one of them. But I did this exact pair before with Kodama and Arsha, where I did an S-cell puzzle with no givens for German Whisspers and an S-cell puzzle with no givens for Renban. And so I've done it again here, but at a more, we'll say, humane level.
And this is 2, 3, 4, but this can't be a 4. And so then this can't be a 2, 3. Nice, we have digits already.
Digits!
So where's the other 2, 3 go in this box? It's not going to be a 2, right? Because this sees all of these Renbans. So this has to be a 2. That has to be a 3. And then there's going to be a 3 somewhere. So one of these is a 4. Which I guess I'll use a color to denote that.
So I will say I tried a bunch of different versions of this sort of like layout for the top row. So in every version of the puzzle that I ever began to seriously set, the first step was to note that only this digit could be a 1. And so in the original version, I just had this shape and this shape, and then these were just a vertical length 3 line, and there was no line here. And the point is, if this is a vertical length 3 line, you can't put a 1 here either, because then these would be a 2, 3, and those add to 5. But I was worried that that wasn't nearly telegraphed enough about what was actually happening in the puzzle, and that it might be upsetting, or especially because this 1 wasn't originally on a Renban, and so then it was going to push a 1 onto a Renban over here or something, was the whole joke. But I made it so that this exact pattern repeats in the grid 5 times, so that even if your first inclination isn't to think about that pattern, hopefully it showing up in the grid over and over again helps you discover that that's the thing you're supposed to be thinking about.
Because we're going to have a 3 somewhere here, and we're going to have to put a 4 on those Renbans. And so the 3 is not going to go here. The 3 is going to go on a corner. Not on all of them, though. All right.
Twist.
Basically done now.
Well, MicroStudy, when you did the puzzle, you did not have a bunch of people who had done the puzzle in chat to nudge you towards the thing that you should look at. So the fact that it took a bit longer is probably okay.
Florian thinks green is a 4-6 pair. Okay, well, let's think about this. One of them is 3, 4, 5, 6.
It's interesting. So Wolfer is saying that the puzzle would have ended up being quite tricky, or would have maybe ended up being trickier than I wanted. I wasn't really sure how tricky I wanted this to be. I thought it was probably going to end up being like a 4-star puzzle. Like, I think especially there's the step that's coming up involving understanding what's happening effectively with all of the Renban in boxes 1, 2, and 3, I think is really about the maximum amount of messiness that I would accept in a puzzle that I was making. Like, it is certainly, you have to think a lot about what's going on, and you have to be very careful and pencil mark things. I ended up liking it, but certainly it ended up being messier than I usually would let be in one of my puzzles. Luke is asking what the rules are. The rules here are that regular Renban, and it's anti-V, so no pair of digits can sum to 5. No pair of adjacent digits. There are 2 digits in the puzzle that sum to 5, but
let's say it's this one. Let's just use an example. This would be 3, 5, 6. With this not being a 3 because it's next to a 2. That's the less important part. What happens to this Renban? Well, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is 7, 8, 9. Yep. And so we need a 6 on this Renban, which is going to go here. Got it. So we actually learned that 5 is also placed.
That was a much nicer way than the way that I figured this out to actually do it, was because a very key deduction here that he's just figured out is that one of these 2 cells has to be 5. Which is sort of half of the messy deduction I'm referring to here in row 2.
Green is a 4-6 pair, so it doesn't need to be green anymore. And then there's a 5 in one of these 2. The 5 goes with the 6. No, the 5 goes with the 4. I feel like half the people in chat have already solved this, so I'm a bit on my own, but that's okay. I'm sure I'll make do. Let's see. So do I pencil mark these? I don't see how I would pencil mark these. Both of these digits, they're minimum 5, 6.
Thank you.
So we aren't having a 1 or a 2.
I never thought about that, MicroStudy.
Let's mark that just because I found it. I'm going to think these point at some point. I'm sure of it.
I did, by the way, to Woofer's point about liking the idea of using the vertical length 3 ones with a 1 to sort of rule out the possibility that it could be 1, 2, 3, I did use that in row 2 to place the 1. So the next thing that Rangsk is probably going to do is realize that this digit has to be a 1 for exactly the reason that if you place a 1 here, these become a 2, 3 pair. So I did use the pattern that I had in my original version of what this looked like. But I moved it to a little bit later so that it was super clear, fingers crossed, what you should be looking at the beginning.
Okay, well, this can't have 1, 2, 3, 4 on it. Well, this can't have a 1 on it, I should say. So do we want to think more about 1s? Because 1 can't go in any of these cells.
Thank you, Anti-Knight. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with this one. I will say, Tallcat and I have been trying to make a between-line puzzle that's just between lines.
1 can't go here, because this would be a 2, 3 pair. And that's not allowed.
But it has not gone super well so far.
Oh no, I lost my highlight. Undo, okay. I'm just gonna highlight these light gray. This is where 1 can't go. 1 is certainly not a 4, 6. This can't be a 1 because this would be
Congratulations, Mixo.
Okay. So 1 is in one of these two, which places this one of all places. So these can't be 1s. Let's make this one purple just so it stands out.
MicroStudy is talking about if anti-V takes off. I mean, I think anti-V is an incredibly technical constraint that I think a lot of setters will really like, because it gives you all sorts of control on the grid. So, like, there is no instance of anti-V that shows up in either this or swirl that was not designed to show up. Whereas if you try something like anti-XV, or heaven forbid you try anti-Knight or disjoint or something, you get all of these messy, sort of like accidental deductions that come in because of this heavy global constraint. And so this gives you just the tiniest, anti-V gives you just the tiniest taste of that sort of global constraint and using it, but in a way that as the setter you can completely control. And so I think it's the sort of thing that'll be appealing to setters who like that sort of thing. Like, I know that I'm far from the only setter that likes to set with the world's weakest possible constraints so that I get complete grid control and make sure that no deduction in one of my puzzles ever happens by accident. But I don't think that solvers are going to be that excited by anti-V, because it's not that snazzy. And as came up with Simon, it's kind of easy to forget, because even though, and I mean, I'm quite proud how often anti-V comes up in both of these puzzles. Like, it shows up a really disproportionate amount of times. And I think this has something like 200,000 solutions without anti-V, so that shows you it must show up a bunch of times. I think still I don't think that solver's going to be too excited by anti-V overall. Like, I mean, I think people have enjoyed solving these two puzzles, but I think if people never solve another anti-V puzzle, I don't think they're going to be that sad.
So these can't be 1s.
Woofer suggests maybe make
This
the
can't be
between line 1
1. Oh, no,
anti-X instead. But the problem with making it anti-X instead is that then you can't disambiguate it without a given, and then you've ruined the entire joke.
Well, I don't know why I thought this couldn't be a 2, 3 pair.
Albeit, almost no one's actually going to appreciate the joke. Like, it is a very niche joke. But Rangsk appreciated the joke.
If this was a 1...
what I'm calling the joke, by the way, and apologies if you saw me explain this when I talked about swirl. The joke is, you could never make this grid solve uniquely without a rule like anti-V in the background. Because Renbans can't distinguish between 1s and 9s, 2s and 8s, 3s and 7s, and so on intrinsically. So what anti-V does is it secretly introduces a way to distinguish between 1 and 9, because a 9 can go next to a 6, but a 1 can't go next to a 4. And so someone in chat was asking about, could you do both anti-V and anti-XV? And funnily enough, if you do both anti-V and anti-XV, you're back to the problem that you can't distinguish between them. And so an absolutely obnoxious global deduction that you can make about any anti-V puzzle is that any anti-V puzzle must have 2 digits next to each other that sum to 15. So they're somewhere in the grid, there always must be either a 6-9 or a 7-8. Otherwise, the puzzle wouldn't be unique. Unless there's givens, of course. But who's going to put givens in an anti-V puzzle? That would be pathological.
Interesting thing is that we can't put a 4 anywhere on here. And if there can't be a 4 on here, then it would have to be 5, 6, 7, 8. From 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If we put a 2 here, I think we have a similar problem because you can't put a 3 on it. So it would be from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I do think anti-V arrows
I'm mostly
could be
interested
fun.
in 1s at this point.
Or an asymmetrical constraint, if you're going to go down that route.
I don't see a problem with this having to be high, so... A 1 here, we'll put a 2, 3 here. A 1 here. A 1 here prevents 4 from being on here. Or here. Okay. If this was a 1, I need a 3 on here, which would go here. Then I need a 2-4 pair. It seems okay, though. One puts 2, 3 here.
Yeah, anti-X and V is fine.
I don't know if I can do more with 1s right now. I'm not seeing it.
And I mean, anti-XV is a FilloSudokumino classic. FilloSudokumino loves setting anti-XV puzzles. But anti-XV, you're dealing with now 6 forbidden pairs instead of 2 forbidden pairs, and then it gets impossible to make it so that things aren't accidentally happening around the grid, which is why anti-XV is not really something that I have gotten into. But I mean, plenty of people like it, and there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, I think a lot of people enjoy the idea of a puzzle where sort of the setter carefully crafts something, and then the rest of it just sort of falls out around it. And if that's the sort of thing you like setting or like solving, then I think anti-XV is great. I do like that idea, Josh. That would be amusing.
So Amanda asked if this can be a 6.
So I've seen people think about this step in a bunch of different ways. And this is the step that I mentioned that is at the upper end of the messiness of what I would ask in a puzzle of a solver. But the question I wanted someone who's solving this to ask, the way I thought of it is, where are 7, 8, and 9 in row 2? Because you have to put 3 of them in row 2. You've currently put 0 of them in row 2. And therefore, you're going to have problems because of the way that Renban don't play nicely with having lots of 7, 8, 9s floating around, because you end up with repeated digits in row 1 if you're not careful. So that was sort of what I envisioned, but again, it sort of was like right at that, like, is this too messy? I thought it was natural enough. Watching people solve the puzzle, people have tended to think about it in a way that, at least if I solved a puzzle and thought about it the way they thought about it, I wouldn't be happy. So probably this was a step messier than I should have done. So I think spamming pencil marks in row 2 is a perfectly reasonable way to see exactly that. to see exactly what's going on with the 7, 8, 9s, particularly with this 5. And then you realize that you've really run out of all the low digits. And so a different way to phrase the same deduction is either this cell or this cell has to be a 3, because otherwise they're both from 7, 8, 9. And now you've got 6 digits in row 1 from 6, 7, 8, 9, is a different way to say it.
I don't see why not. Okay. If this is 1, then we need 2, 3 here, which go this way because of this 2. And Mehdi says that that might break the Renban in box 1. We'd have 1, 2, 3. I'm not seeing the relationship.
Why couldn't the 2 and 3 go on opposite corners, Jay?
So I guess the question is, where does 5 go in the box? 5 couldn't go on here. No, 5 could go on here. We could just do like 5, 6, 7, 8. Sorry, I don't see the relationship.
But the fact that some people were debating whether this might be a 2-star puzzle was sort of maybe more won me over to the side of the difficulty creep in difficulty ratings idea than I maybe before had a more neutral stance on.
I don't see it.
It did, for what it's worth, end up at 3 stars.
It forces a 2 onto the Renban. I see. So it would be 2, 3, 4, 5. We know this can't be 5 or 2 or 3. So this would be a 4. Ah, this couldn't have a value at all.
Yeah, there we go.
Can't
Okay,
be 2.
so it looks like Rangsk is finding it approximately your way, JayForty.
Can't be 3 because we placed a 3 there and there's a 4, 6 pair. It does break the Renban, you're right. Ooh, what a spot. Okay, so that's a 1. So that's a 3, and this is a 2, 4 pair. Now, this can't be 1.
And now Rangsk is lucky that, unlike Simon, he has chat to tell him that there's a 2, 4 next to a 3 in the grid.
Okay, that's progress, for sure. There's a 3 down here somewhere. Ah, 3 and 2 can't touch, so that actually resolves. So I need a 4. Oh, I have a 4. I need a 4 down here.
Assisted rememberability.
Whoa, what are you saying, Melkor? Why am I trying to put a 6 here? This is a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It sees all the lows. I think in general, are we not putting a 1 on here anymore? These two see a 1. If this was a 1, I don't have... Yeah, this can't be 2, 3, or 4. If this was a 1, this can't be 2, 3, or 4, so that's bad. So this doesn't have a 1 on it. Both of these are at least then 5, 6. They're all.
We finished the Fog of War ELSF.
No, they're not all at least 5, 6. These don't have. This could be a 3. That's the lowest digit that can go on here, right? This could be 2, maybe.
forgetting the rules is definitely one of my weaknesses, microstudy, so I can relate.
2, 3, no. This can't be a 2.
We were watching Rangsk solve one of my puzzles, Renban V-ban. So I have been doing reactions to people solving my puzzles lately, and they have been popular.
Gary
so I figured, since I didn't get to watch this one yesterday, I'd watch it today.
Is next to a 1.
And watch it on stream, because why not?
Well, that's easy. So with a 4 here...
It's funny, when I was setting this, I really thought that was how this was going to go, is that the 4 and 6 were going to get disambiguated by this 1 being next to the 4. But actually, they get disambiguated completely without the anti-V once you realize what's exactly happening with this row. But that gives you sort of an extra out to figure it out.
Who got the 5? I can't remember. Right, whoever has the 3 needs the 4. And so this has the 5 on it. And this is 3, 6. And this is 7, 8, 9. I remember now. Actually, this is the way I did it in my example. Hey, Andrew, welcome. So these are 3, 7, 8, 9. One of these things is not like the other. Can this be a 3? There can't be a 4 on it, and there can't be a 1 on it. So no. We can't go up, and we can't go down. So that's not a 3.
Yeah, so to me, that's the entire punchline of all of this story about when I'm saying, like, what I consider like the difficult deduction here is that in row 2, the ultimate punchline is that this digit has to be a 7, 8, or 9. That's sort of the punchline that sort of unravels all of this.
So these are from, basically there's no 2 on here, which means there is a 2 on here, which means this has to be the 3. We're not reaching 7, 8, 9. There's no 1 on here, so this is exactly 2, 4, 5. So this is 7, 8, 9. That's a triple. So that means 7, 8, 9 also go up here. So this is exactly 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is not a 6. This is a 3. And these are 2. Well, there's a 2 and a 3, and they can't be next to each other. So they go
That was
here.
what I hoped.
And this is exactly a 5.
So yeah, that was exactly what I wanted the payoff of all of this to be, was that you get this naked 5 here, which, as it turns out, is going to do a lot more than it looks like it does. Because normally you wouldn't be excited to put a 5 on a length 4 Renban.
So our options here, we could technically put a 4 here, but we can't get any lower because there's no 3 on these. So this could be a 4, but otherwise we are going 5, 6, 7, 8. So there may or may not be an 8 on here, but there's definitely a 6 and a 7 on here. Feels good. There's a 3 down here. So this can't be a 2. Oh, this can't be a 1.
Just anti-V
They would be
things.
forced next to their forbidden pair. We're not putting a 1 on here anymore, because 2 and 3 can't go here.
So fun fact, this giant Renban here is completely unnecessary for uniqueness. I'll admit, I can't even solve it without that, but it must be some, I think, quite horrendous, like, wing or something that does it, because I couldn't even begin to guess how to do it without this, and I certainly didn't want the solver to have to do it without this, because I think part of my philosophy, at least for setting anti-V puzzles, is that once the solver has placed every 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the grid, the puzzle should be over. And so without this, the puzzle is very much not over when you place 1, 2, 3, and 4. But this sort of neatly did it without really eroding any of the logic. Plus, also, just purely aesthetically, the grid looks weird without having anything down in this corner, and I didn't really like that. So I was very happy that I found that this Renban sort of aesthetically fit with the rest of the grid and balanced out the purplage in the grid.
3 can't go on it at all. So 3 can't go on it at all. 4 is our minimum value, which is probably not worth marking, but so that means we have 6 and 7 always on here. Is that right? Yeah. These always have 6 and 7, and 6 is limited to these 3. Two in column 2. It's not here.
The right angle is slightly upsetting.
2 can't go here.
I don't at all dispute the upsetness.
So 2 is down here somewhere. It's not here. Nice spot, Melkor.
Incredibly nice in a second. 2 in column 2 from
we'll limit it further.
Someone in chat is exactly the intended step after noticing that this little wee Renban in box 4 needs to have a 3 on it.
2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, couldn't put a 2 here because it would be next to a 3 for sure. So if this was a 2, this would be 3, 4, 5. This wouldn't be the 3 or the 5. So this would be the 4. And then it would be surrounded by a 3, 5 pair.
He's in the unfortunate position of trying to prove that something can't work that is what happens in the solution.
Immediately see a problem with that. So
which we were in just a bit ago. Yeah, so as Garion says, that this 3, I think, is not an especially deep deduction. That the key here is we know 6 and 7 are on this Renban in box 4. And so this length 3 Renban, it can't have a 6 or a 7 on it. It can't have an 8 or a 9 on it. And so it's got to come from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But the digit that you know has to be on a length 3 Renban from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is a 3. So this 3 right now, if Rangsk gets it, is going to be huge. But maybe it'll be the last digit that Rangsk places in the puzzle. We'll find out.
Oh, these 7... Oh, no, the 7s don't point out. Never mind.
Oh, there we go. Someone in chat has it.
No matter where the 2 is in column 2, there's always a 3 on the Renban?
You know, so Ambrose asks the by far the most important question about Renban every time is if you have a Renban like this, do you leave it as a line or do you make it a square? And you know, a lot of the time, I do make them closed. That is something I have done a lot in puzzles when I've had Renban like this before. This time, for whatever reason, it was always this sort of swoosh was the thing that I wanted. I never actually wanted to make it a triangle. I don't know why, but it never occurred to me until just now that I could have made all of these closed, except this one and this one.
Why? Oh. So if the 2 is here, there's definitely a 3 on the Renban. If the 2 is here, this is a bit more subtle, but it removes 3 from here. And so now 3 in this column, because of these 3s, goes on the Renban.
Okay, that is a way of deducing that.
So this Renban always has a 3
I agree with Darian's statement that was a bit roundabout,
5,
but these things happen.
Let's just mark that up. 2 with 3, 4, 5. Or it would have a 3 on it in one of these two. Actually, the 3 could not go here.
I mean,
so
it's really hard, especially when you're streaming, to see something and not take it. Like when you see something, you might go like, that can't be what the setter intended. I'm pretty sure it's not. But I'm going to take it anyway because I want people to I want people to be entertained. But yeah, that is
and we'd have 4,
that
5,
is a lot.
6. Really good spot, Melkor. So 5 is always in one of these two. And this always has a 4 on it. So that's not 4.
So I should talk about the 6 or 8 in the square here just for a second, because I know it traumatized microstudy. So the essentially final form of the puzzle was when I had this Renban wasn't here, and this even square wasn't here, and this Renban was 1 shorter. And that had, I think, 32 solutions. And then I proceeded to try a ton of different ways to sort of resolve it. And of course, most of the ones I tried drawing Renban into the grid that would resolve it. But then every Renban I could find to draw into the grid that would resolve it also completely screwed up everything up until this point that I wanted the solver to have found. And all I was looking for was a way to resolve the grid that was of absolutely no help whatsoever until it was helpful at the end, and then it just did its thing and was over. And this even square is what I eventually found, but it took a really long time for me to figure out, this is what I want. And then, like I said, with the even square and extending this Renban by 1, it is unique, but then adding this here made the sort of the back half of the the back 10th of the puzzle pleasant. For my tastes, anyway.
There's always a 3 here, so that's not a 3.
Yeah, Michael, I just didn't get a chance to watch this yesterday, so I thought I would watch it today, and I thought it would be fun to watch it on stream, because it's always interesting to talk about puzzles, and like what the process of setting them was like. Oh, are we going to see the 3 now? Come on, you can see it. Oh, no.
So if 3's in one of these two, this can't be a 2. This is a 1-3 pair. This is a triple. We need a 2. We have 3, 4. We need 5 and 6. This can't be a 2 because the 2's over here.
That's not how that puzzle mark works.
2 on it. So 2's in one of these two.
I think he just got lucky there. Because he had
These
corner
fives
marked
point,
2
though.
into
So
4
this is a
cells
6.
in there, and then
This does not have a 6 on it. Well, it could have a 6 here.
yeah. People pointing out that his corner marks are not quite not quite as good as he was hoping.
That's not a 1.
Happy little bifurcation.
3, 4, 5 triple. True. That's not a 4. That's not a 4. So 4 is the minimum value on here because of the 1-3 pair. So
my general policy, by the way, is that if I'm watching someone solve one of my puzzles and they do something like this, where their deduction or their conclusion is correct, then I just don't say anything. I only correct people if I'm watching them if they do something where it actually leads to the wrong outcome, because I feel like it's sort of fussy to say, like, oh, that deduction wasn't quite right, and go back to it. So that's sort of my policy, is like, if you have the right conclusion but you went there by the wrong path, you just got lucky, and it's all good. But if someone does something that's actually wrong, then I try and catch them quickly, because most people don't want to go very far along in a puzzle with a wrong deduction and then find out they were wrong.
5, 6, 7. We're at maximum. We're 9, 8, 7, 6. So there is a 7 on here. Oh, I don't have the 1-3 pair. Because this could be 1. All right, I had to back up to here.
Yeah, stupid stray 1 corner mark.
Did any of the logic I do work otherwise? I don't think so.
Well, it'll all work in a bit once you find the 3 in box 4.
I placed a 6 here somehow, but...
Oh, no, okay, Michael, that's very cool. Yeah, he's wearing a purple... He must have known he was doing my Renban puzzle today, so...
I don't even remember. I think because of 4 ended up on
wore that to match.
All right, this isn't a 2. Okay, 2s don't go in here at all.
I do have to submit my next puzzle to Rangsk.
These 2s look up. So there's a 2 in one of these 2. That's still
the next
true.
puzzle I'm going to submit to Rangsk is my Philomeno round and round. If you are curious, I promise I will not submit 3 of diamonds to Rangsk, unless he really, really wants it.
Not next to the 3, so that's a 2. So that's not a 3, so that places this 3. Okay. Now I need a 2 in box 4. Ah, 2 in box 4 is on here. So the 3 has to go here. That resolves this. This is a 2 and a 4.
Definitely imagine that going the other direction,
and this
but
is a
works
3,
well
5
enough.
Pair. This is not 4. This is not 2. 2 is now here and 1 is here. So I would have gotten lucky.
Yeah, so this entire sequence was designed to put a 2 here so that 2 would be next to this 3-5 and disambiguate the 3-5. That was how I wanted to sort of disambiguate this, was to try and... So this whole Renban here was rigged exactly to force that 2, so you'd get the anti-V.
This is not a 4. So these are just a 6, 7, 8 triple now. This is a 1, 1, 2, or 4.
So a really cool deduction in here that I liked, that I deliberately made sure was optional, is that, remember a bit ago, this cell could have been a 4. And it turns out that actually, even regardless of this Renban down here, which lets you skip this step, you can prove this digit's never a 4, because one of two things happens with this 3. Either this is a 1, 2, 3 Renban, in which case this digit can't be a 4 by anti-V because it's got a 1 next to it, or this Renban has a 4 on it, in which case this can't be a 4. And I liked that sort of, well, both ways it works, it turns out that you can't do this. I enjoyed that sort of deduction, but it also felt like the sort of thing that would, someone would be very easy or very able to miss for 15 minutes. And in my mind, when they found it 15 minutes later, they weren't going to be happy about those 15 minutes. So I did deliberately choose it so that you can notice this 2 in column 2 thing more simply than the way Rangsk did, and get around it. But I really liked that sort of... I thought it was a cute deduction, and I know that several solvers have found it. And so I like when I can have a deduction like that I think is kind of unfair but cool. I like to have it be avoidable if you sort of go around the rest of the puzzle, but still leave it there so that someone can find it and be like, oh, that's cool. Because if you find it on your own, it's cool. If you stare at it forever, it would not be cool.
Here I need a pair. I need 5 and 6. The 3-5 pair looks over. That does place the 6. Yep. So we're redoing what I had, but a little cleaner. So what else can I do? Huh? This column needs a 1 and it's placed. Nice.
Oh, and he got away without using the negative constraint on the 3-5.
So there's a 9 in here. So that's not
so
a 9.
sad.
Actually, this is just a pair. It's 9 and something. 5 and 9. Okay. This is a 5 though. This is 6, 7, 8, 9. These are all... Oh, we need a 1. The 1 is placed. Can't be next to a 4. That places the 4. I need a 5 on here. That goes here. And this can't be a 3, so it's a 7. These are not 5s. That's not a 4. That's not a 5. Okay, so this is a pair. 8, 9. This is 6, 7, 8, 9. That's not a 9.
So, as you might expect from the fact that this is an anti-V puzzle, anti-V only means anything at all for 1, 2, 3, 4. So, in this puzzle, it was very easy to disambiguate all of the 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, in the previous one in Swirl, that also lets you disambiguate the 6, 7, 8, 9 pretty easily, because... well, if you know whether something's a 1, 2, 3, or 4, and you draw a whisper with it, then you might be able to just immediately turn that into what it is 6, 7, 8, or 9-wise. That was certainly not the case with 6, 7, 8, 9s in this puzzle, because knowing whether something's a 1, 2, 3, or a 4, it's really hard to use a Renban to translate that into information about whether something is a 6, 7, 8, or 9. And so if you're wondering why did I have to resort to the lowest of lows of putting an even square in the puzzle, it really was to disambiguate the giant cluster of 6, 7, 8, 9 that really wanted to create this ugly, deadly pattern that wouldn't resolve any which nice way through the puzzle. But then this ends up just sort of resolving without really thinking about it. So I felt like it did its job. But that's why, is because with Renban, it's a lot harder to bootstrap your way from knowing whether something is a 1, 2, 3, or a 4 to knowing whether something nearby is a 6, 7, 8, or a 9.
I need a 1, 8, and 9. So 1, 8, 9 pair means these are not, none of these are 8, 9. I'm going to get rid of these corner marks because I don't think they're helpful. We have a 6, 7, 8, 9 quad here. So this is a 5.
I should also mention, by the way, if you are interested in setting with anti-V, Sudoku Studio supports anti-V. So if you're interested in having a computer solver, Sudoku Studio, which is a Woofer and company project, is just a web-based Sudoku setter that has all the niceties of a solver that you might hope for, but also supports anti-V with just a checkbox. So if you're interested, you certainly can play around with it.
The remaining pair is 2, 3. You know the order? So this is 4, 6, 7, I'm guessing. Looks like it.
Sudoku Studio
so this is not
is
6 or 7.
Yes, microstudy.
What else? Oh, up here we've got some Sven markings that I've been ignoring. That's not 4.
Woofer has been a hero with very often I have messaged and been like, hey, could this thing be in Sudoku Studio? And then Woofer has... I remember one time when I was working on Extra, which is by far the biggest nightmare of a puzzle I've ever said, and I hate it. But one time when I was working on it, I was just like, I really just need killer cages that aren't connected. And I pinged Woofer and asked if that could happen. And I swear it was less than 10 minutes later that Woofer pinged me back and was like, yep, it's in there now. Which was amazing and incredibly useful. And I never would have... I would still be trying to set that puzzle if that had not happened. So I greatly appreciate Woofer's help with that.
I think I do. Never mind. I don't know. 4 can't be next to 1. That does place the 1 in this box.
So Crispy's asking, where do you start setting a puzzle? So I think good places to start include... Cracking the Cryptic did a long string of videos by many setters, including myself, but many others as well, on how they go about setting. So you can watch a lot of sort of philosophy stuff for that. It might actually not be that useful at the very beginning, but it might be more useful sort of middle of the way along the way. Another thing you can do is watch videos people have made of them actually setting puzzles. I think videos of people actually setting puzzles are super useful to watch because you can see what tools they use. There's a ton of online tools that are free for setting that are very easy to use and will sort of get you on the go. I think just watching an hour of someone making a puzzle will give you plenty of sense of enough to get started, and then you can make some stuff. And then once you've made some stuff for a while, then I think it's really useful to dig into, okay, what are the finer points of this? What's fancier like that? I'll note Memerister also. Memerister has a channel that is largely dedicated to helping people get started with setting. I think that would be a great resource to look at. So I think all of those are good places to look. Don't do what I did and set your first puzzle in Excel. set your first puzzle in something like F Puzzles, which is a free website that will let you set some stuff.
That places the one in this box. That places the one here.
Yes, you could also just take my Sudoku class next time it's offered. That is what Ace of Spades
We're done with 1s, 2s, and 3s. So Derek says 5 in box 6. Yep. I think marking actually made it harder to find some of those, but there's I was gonna say there's not one of those two, but I'm reading this wrong. It's got to be this Renban, right?
Yeah, set your table in Word. That is definitely the preferred Office software to use for setting your puzzle.
Here. I don't know what to do with that.
I do think starting with 6x6s is a really good idea.
Well, that certainly helps.
I think 6x6s are infinitely easier to wrangle than 9x9s.
That's a 9.
But no less fun. Just a much faster payoff. So I do think, and Sudoku Studio, for example, do this. I think if you want to start setting, I do think starting with 6x6s is a great place. And I do accept open submissions for 6x6s for me to do at the end of stream. So if you make a 6x6 and you're happy with it, feel free to give it to me. But you can also post them over on Cracking the Cryptics Discord as well.
Enjoyed that. Every Renban puzzle is different. Great.
Yes, well done, Rangsk. Yeah, that was a quick solve for that. I'm going to guess most solves of that were were more than 35 minutes.
Splendiferous. It's a good word. Thanks, zetamath, for submitting your puzzles to my stream. Anyone wants their puzzle solved, all you got to do is submit it. There's a link in the description to a Google form to fill out. You can have one in the queue at a time. As soon as your puzzle's done, you can submit another one.
Yeah, I have to do that. I have to
and super supporters, skip the queue. Just saying. All right.
Yeah, we'll see. So I'm gonna take a guess as to how long it's gonna take Naverio to solve my next puzzle when it comes out. Do you want to take a bet, Naverio, on how long 3 of Diamonds is gonna take you to solve? Yes, my next puzzle is a monster. But Naverio has a loop, just one loop, and it's 12 by 12. So let's see, 105 minutes. I feel like 105 minutes is a reasonable. I would not be surprised if it was 105 minutes. Kuraban guesses 58 minutes. I will be surprised if it's under an hour. It might be. Naverio is incredibly fast. Although I do think like this is a puzzle where if you try and go fast, you might make an error. I think it'll be under 2 hours, but over 1 is my guess. But we shall see. But yeah, Naverio and KNT have for a while been asking me to make some more, we'll say, classic Zeta puzzles, so some wackier stuff. I have set some stuff in private that I've shown them, although I think one of them may have hurt Naverio a bit. I think I have set 2 puzzles for private purposes that will eventually be public that may have made Naverio sad recently. Yeah, I'm sure Naverio was like 20 minutes on Anti-V Renban, something like that. Let's see. 1945. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's what I would have guessed for something like this. You did use uniqueness when you solved it, though. So you have to add 30 minutes because you used uniqueness. But it was a good solve, I recall. Yes. I mean, it was a very cute spot. I was happy with it. Yeah, there's a lot of spots where I think I'm curious if you're going to use uniqueness in fancy ways when you solve 3 of diamonds. We'll see. There are many opportunities, but it requires... You might have had to set a puzzle with the rule set to understand all the nightmarish ways it might turn out not to be unique and unresolvable. Is the colossal philomeno the one where the end has some less than ideal rule to resolve the uniqueness? I remember hearing a few people complaining about this when it came out, but I actually thought it was the Magnus puzzle that I did today, but that one did not have any weird rules, I don't believe. It had an incredibly concise rule set. Alrighty, well, I should probably wrap up stream there for today. Tristan will be streaming on Tuesday, and I will be back streaming on Friday. So there is more to come. When I'm streaming on Friday, it's going to be all just the most voted for stuff from the bucket. So if you are a supporter at the windmill level, you can go in there and cast some votes if you haven't. I know some spider webs have built up on the bucket as 2 months have gone by where we haven't really been able to do that. But you can go ahead and throw your votes, and I'm just going to pick the top one and just do it over and over again, which, if things stay as they are, will mean I will be doing a bunch of Naverio puzzles, which I'm happy to do, because there are a bunch of cool Naverio puzzles that I am looking forward to doing. I'd like to give a special thank you to the turbines, the people who support at the top level. So that is David Ratner, Michael O'Connor, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, Andreas, DDX, Logan Wall, Daniel Silverstone, and Willie. Thank you very much. If you'd like to become a supporter of the stream, you can do that for as little as $5 a month, just by clicking the join button. In fact, if I scroll down on Rank's thing, you can see this is the join button right there. You click the magic button. You can support Rank's stream by clicking the join button on his stream too. So if you want to do that, and we'll look forward to seeing you. Tristan will look forward to seeing you on Tuesday, and I'll look forward to seeing you on Friday. So thanks for watching, everyone. I look forward to seeing you around. Bye for now.